and a killer instinct. Those are just different. I mean, he will make his pitch to him. This was entirely ideological. And he would make this pitch like the particular socialist, and he would say, I care about policy. And he's trying to win people over with an argument of policy. Now, I look at that, and for the last year, I've been like, oh, God, that doesn't work like that. Yes, you're going to get some people over, but all fights are not going to be purely policy. My issue with Sanders is not that I don't think his message is or that he tried to get those people. I think he does try to get them. I just don't think for him, he's dramatically uncomfortable by it. And to me, that's aggravating. And like I said, I don't blame him in 2016 if you're running that race and you're saying, okay, policy and everything else, and that's what you're pushing. And no, I don't blame his voters for that because he was cheated by the DNC. I put all of this on the candidate himself. It is the candidate's responsibility to realize that there are things that I want to accomplish in the world and to be able to get over themselves in order to make that argument. But that's different than him trying to get those voters. You're assuming that he believes that he can't give them. I don't make that assumption.
I don't think either of us know that for sure because we're not in the head of Bernie Sanders. I'm saying there's been plenty of people that had the critiques you're critiquing him with today 4 years ago after the 2016 campaign and said, let's fix it. Bernie Sanders said, no, I'm not going to fix it. I'm going to do what I can. Now you're complaining or upset or angry at Bernie Sanders.
I'm not going to do that.
No, basically what you're saying, the killer instinct and going after older black
I'm
voters.
trying to make a distinction between what you think versus what you know. And right now,
but you don't know these things either of what was happening in these rooms and talking about it afterwards. Neither of us were in those rooms.
I know, but you're making the point that Sanders didn't think he could get those votes. You don't know that. He did think he could get those votes, which is why he was in South Carolina trying to get them. I'm making the point that there is a difference between his mindset in trying to get those votes where he's using policy versus what you're thinking of. He just doesn't think he can get those votes. I don't buy that he didn't think he can get them. He was clearly moving up in the black vote. The catch is he got crushed in the South.
Right. And I'm saying there was people that ran his campaign in the South in 2016 and sat with them afterwards and said, here is a winning strategy of what you can do to better or differently engage those voters.
Right.
He said, no, I'm good. I'm going to continue on the path that I'm on. And he got crushed. Yes, I'm talking to people that are part of that campaign.
Just wait.
Go back and listen to African-American sat with them afterwards and said, look, we need to do a debrief and you need to rethink the strategy of what happened in the South.
As he says,
and they all left and they all went and supported Elizabeth Warren.
And he says, I'm
You
good.
can look at the delegates for Elizabeth Warren that were Bernie delegates.
Let's nail this down. I'm trying to nail down truth.
The truth.
All of the people who were black, who were working with Sanders, went to go for Elizabeth Warren. That's what you're saying?
African-American outreach director for Bernie Sanders. I'm telling you, I'm saying right now, but let me correct what I said.
Yes, please correct.
The Noah Changas of the world, the delegates, the Marcus Farrells of the world, the Delphon Michaels of the world. Tell me what black strategist that you know that went and talked to him and that he changed his strategy and did well in South Carolina and won.
Well, let me say this. There are some of those people.
But say who those are, because you're saying I can't. No, I'm saying all of them and overgeneralize. Who is your person you're pointing to?
You're saying all.
I already just corrected myself. Okay. You can't keep on going back after I corrected myself.
So if it's not all,
I'm telling you, staffers and delegates. I just named 3 people.
I don't doubt that some people went from Sanders to Warren.
And why did they do that?
Some people went from Sanders to Biden. Also, like Simone.
Okay, well, she's getting a paycheck. She's not ideologically based on it. It's much different. But you're saying, I'm telling you
the basic point.
My overall point was, look, you're angry today, and you're pointing out all these things. Yes. I'm saying 4 years ago.
And I'm blaming them on the candidate.
I'm saying 4 years ago, other people were already ahead of you and said the exact same thing.
But I don't think they're saying
the same thing. Bernie Sanders change and do anything different than what made them angry? You're saying you have a different anger at Bernie Sanders than they were angry at Bernie Sanders.
Well, the Noah Changas of the world are very specific in the context of race. Meaning, Noah Chang, I've seen her. Other people may not know her. Well, but
that's what I'm saying. That's the point. And now you're changing the last week and said, look, he should have taken race in a different factor.
Yes,
so
I do think he should have raised in a different factor. But listen to my monologue. My monologue was very specific to saying he should have impeached Biden's credibility and testimony on the issue of the civil rights movement and raised his own. The people you're talking about may have a very specific context of looking at things through the lens of race. Because I know I've seen her.
Who? I'm listening to 2 people, motherfucker. Okay, so you can't call them. You can't say they both sound like David Frum, bro. The one who's really mouthing off, and not the one who can't get a word in edgewise. God, fuck it. They're both attacking each other, bro. Not even close. He I would say he's uh politically near to David Frum. That's how I would say. That's how I would describe it. But I wanted to know which one you thought sounded like it. Yeah, it's really confusing for you to characterize that as being on the defense. Uh, it, it, so when you say he's on the defense, I'm assuming you're referring to Jamarl Thomas, and then right. No, no, no. I don't. Of course, that's the answer. Just because I know the answer doesn't mean I'm obliged to give it at a specific time. Bingo. I'm a genuine American. It's not a fake word. It's a mispronunciation of a real word. Okay. Okay. Oh, I just do that all the time now. No, no, no. When I say I do that all the time now, I'm always trying to goad everyone into talking. You see? Oh gosh. I mean, yep. Gnostically, yes. There are two alternatives: Gnostic and agnostic. Everyone everyone is Gnostic by default, and um, agnostic is just a uh, wh- to the degree that you lean upon the things that you believe, you're Gnostic about them. To the degree that you know anything to any degree, you are Gnostic. And mathematics underwrites every existing thing. You're not asking the right question. How is that how is that relevant to what I said? I don't even remember what I said now. To, to the degree part matters, but yeah. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's another way of saying that exact same thing would be if I said, you know, you don't know. No, you still would know. You still would know. You still would know. Hey, listen, you still would know. You still would know that you didn't know the answer when you made the guess because it was a guess. Being and therefore Occam's razor would lead you to conclude that that wasn't what it was. No, no. Any anything being there's a big difference between acknowledging that anything is possible to some degree and and saying that nothing is known. No, but everything is math. Everything is math. You're not, but you're not. So you're not following through here. What are the consequences of what you just said? Not, and that is relevant to what I said. How? What is your point? I'm well aware of that fact, but I still don't hear your point. LOL. How do you not see that say that my use of the word degree in my advocation for Gnosticism accounts for uncertainty? Hence, hence the purpose, hence the purpose, hence the purpose of leading with the words the degree to which, or to the degree which I did. I'm making a very fundamental and subtle point that degrees of confidence are superior to degrees of unconfidence. The things you know are more. It's more important to use the things you know than to uh, bow down to the things you don't know. No, no, no. That's not a thing. You don't understand it. The Heisenberg principle doesn't understand the Heisenberg principle. You're missing the point. I'm referring to the definition of the principle. I don't uh I don't enjoy I don't I don't enjoy I don't enjoy I don't enjoy I don't enjoy making people feel like I'm speaking down to them. No. It's not a reasonable assumption or premise to say that everything is determined. No, it isn't. No, I'm saying you have an incomplete understanding of what math is. Yeah. Yes, and you have an incomplete understanding of that knowledge. Do you see how you smug do you see how you're do you see how you're smuggling in? Do you see how you're smuggling in? Do you see how you're smuggling in the extra condition of knowing something at the same time as something else? Wait. When you say state of the universe, now you're smuggling in infinite co-moments. You don't get to do that at all. Break what down? What is your question? You're missing what do you have I very much doubt that you have any convincing answer to the challenge that you can't assume that you understand how the genesis mathematics of the universe operate. You're not making a point yet. Wait, no. What when you just said just now? So the universe is determined. That was entirely incongruent with everything else that you said. The agnostic position is that nothing can be known because you believe that nothing can be known. But the if we are going to retain the word no in our dialect, the only the only way it still has value to us is if it means something tangible. And uh, So so what the every ounce of your objection to me calling myself Gnostic would apply equally to anyone else saying they know anything in any situation. No, that's a very limited understanding of the truth, and well, I haven't done so yet, obviously, but I will, I promise. Where were we? This is fun, by the way. No, no, no. I'm not saying it's fun for you. I'm saying it's fun for me. That's what this is fun means. That's a meaningless statement already. You're already saying meaningless things. There's no such thing as unknowable. No, you didn't. Absolutely. I can have a machine that tells me that in theory. All that is required is that I have your given value for right now to the degree that you meant it, and then I can give you the correlating answer with my machine. Yeah, so I would have my magic so I would have my magic little calculator, like I'm holding it in my hand right now, let's pretend. And you just ask me in this moment how many cars are on the road in total on the world in this moment, and then whatever your idea, quantitatively speaking, of this moment is, all you have to do is relay that information to me, and then I can give you what that no, that's a meaningless statement. What are you saying? What do you mean I can't get it physically? What can I not get physically? What are you babbling about? What are you saying I can't do? No, no, no. That's not immediately that is never the bar. No, no, no. Quickly enough. How about quickly enough to answer your question in a timely fashion? What about that? Right. And if I was capable of accurately answering your question in like say, a 10-second. Do what? I was telling you before you interrupted. Okay, so I have my little magical calculator, okay? And I'm holding it in my hand. We're off to a great start, I think. Okay? And you ask me how many cars are on the road at this in this moment on the face of the world, And okay, cool. It does it the amount doesn't make a difference to me. Okay? No, no, no. They have those all those variables have values, but in the what are you babbling about? No, no, no. It is not. It is definitely not unknowable. No, no, no. To say that I could have that technology is not to say that I have it. No, no, no. I'm telling you that I could have it. That's a different thing. No, you're wrong. No, you're what that just the fact, just the fact, just the fact, just the simple fact that you even said almost totally makes everything else you said totally irrelevant. Yeah, right now it does. Of course, it's technically possible. What is your point? LOL. No, no, no. There's no difference. There's no difference. There's no difference between magic. There's no difference between magic and uh, advanced mathematics. I wasn't quoting anything. No, no, no. I don't care if it was similar to something someone else said. No, not just now. I didn't. I did it years ago, actually. You don't sound like it. Like I said, you don't sound like it. Not because of what? Not because what? Yeah, I didn't hear you either. That was what I was trying to say. We've been live this whole time, by the way. Say what? I don't. What? What do you mean? I didn't say you were lying to me this whole time. Oh well, then you heard something that I didn't say. Then what are you talking about? That's nonsense. Did I say that you hate me? Wait, did I say that you hate me or that you're out to get me? I meant I did. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I implied those things. I'm high on life. You see. What are you talking about? What is this nonsense you're babbling about? Not yet. That's quite clear. You know what I think, don't you? Oh, but so then why do you pretend to know what I think? LOL. No, wrong. This is getting boring. You're wasting my time. Yep. Oh, well, the problem is you imply that I did something bad, but I didn't. No, no, I didn't. I don't watch The Simpsons. Wait, I told you what I told you. I told you what my goal was. I was very transparent about what my goal was. I don't know why you insist on saying that my goal was something that it wasn't. Um, to get you to give me a name other than Neeb to call you, since I hate that one. No, no, no. But I needed one other than Neeb that I could call you publicly because that is the majority of the time that I interact with you is some sort of publicly. No, they basically all are. Pretty much all of them were Neeb. Okay, well that's my memory. Okay, so implying a threat. LOL. You're reaching hard. No, that's not what it was. That's not even close to analogous. No, not even close. LOL. That you imagined that. No, no, no. That's not obvious. You see. No, no, no. The other part that was hyperbole too. No, but that's not obvious to the audience. You see. The point of saying the point when I say the audience, when I say the audience, I'm thinking about people that don't know you. I'm thinking about people that will watch this 10 years from now. That's not that's so not the point. You've doxed yourself on this stream 10, 11 times harder than I ever even implied I might. You have doxed yourself on this stream tonight 10 times harder than I ever even implied I might. Because I care about everything all the time. What do you mean? Apparently not. Well, you're not engaging. You're not engaging with the point I just made about you doxing yourself on this stream tonight 10 times harder than I ever so much as implied I might ever do to you. Well, then you should stop complaining. Oh, so just stop complaining then. Then just stop complaining. No, not really. We're live. The condition, your condition isn't so unique. It's less unique than you think it is. To the precise degree of truth. Oh, how do you know? How do you know that? You mean you're not agnostic about it? Are you telling me you're not agnostic about it? Oh, in a colloquial sense. Oh. LOL. I'm praying to the great religion of LOL. Yes, you are. Fuck off. Ciao. Oh, I thought that's what you meant. LOL. No, it's definitely not funnier. M- more retarded is not the best way to funnier. 9 out of what? Wait, that would imply that I'm infinitely less autistic than they are by no. It's a euphemism. It's colloquial, you see? Motherfucking bitch. No, I'm angry because I know you did. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. You absolutely measurably hate me. No, you do. No, you hate everything. Yes, you do. Oh, well, you had it coming? See, retardation is definitely not the best way to be funny. Just letting you know. Well, it's not as funny as a really intelligent man saying a really great joke. No, you're totally wrong. That's a meaningless statement. No, not really. You're wrong. No, no, and you did in the past as well. You just forgot. I just did. You think I remember them specifically? No, I don't. I have many degrees of remembering things, and the most important fact I choose to remember about each thing that I try to remember is how I felt about it, not what it was. No, it's totally rational. No, it's totally rational. It's more important to remember what I thought about it than all the details of what it was. I only need a vague impression of what it was. I need to more importantly remember what I concluded about it, so that I don't waste my time repeating the same thought processes that I already. No, I don't think you hate me. I don't think you hate me. I don't think you hate me. I know you hate me. But I wouldn't rather that you were indifferent. I hate you to the degree that you're indifferent. I hate you to the degree that you're indifferent. I think indifference is just generally bad. I think indifference is negative. And no, it does matter. It matters because you're wrong. That's a meaningless. That's a that's a that's a you keep saying meaningless things. No, like meaningless combinations of words. I already told you you were wrong. No, I already told you. I already told you you were wrong and why. I don't. About what? About what? About what specifically? Well, obviously not just one thing. Uh, yeah, you're, but why should I when we didn't get into it last time? Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to ensure that progress will be made this time in a way that it wasn't last time. Everyone hates everyone. Do you? What you don't? It sounds like you don't understand hatred at all. Hmm. Yep. What else? What's your point? What's your point? What are you are you making a point even? Wait, did I? I did? What are you fucking talking about? LOL. 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 Oh, you're wrong about determinism. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong that we can't. You're wrong that we can't know what's going to happen. Wait, no, no. I'm Gnostic because I'm Gnostic because the truth is we can know what's going to happen. Is is doing something the same as doing something perfectly? No, you're describing perfectly knowing. You're describing perfectly knowing. You are describing perfectly knowing. You are describing perfectly knowing, and I am describing knowing. Knowledge is only ever for knowledge is only ever for a given value. Yes, it is. No, you are not. No, you are wrong. You are not being specific. 100%. No, I know that you are wrong. Therefore, the probability that you are wrong is 100%. I seem to know far more about math than you do. That's just what it seems like. Um, I'm not hearing how this relates to anything I said. We can't prove that any of our proofs are proofs. No, we can't. No, we cannot. We do not have any, we do not have any genuine proofs. There's no such thing. It isn't, it isn't theoretically possible to prove something. By your definition of no, it is not by your definition of no, it is not possible to prove. By your definition of no, it is never possible to prove. Period. By my definition of no, and prove, those things are possible. I say, I say, I know, I say, of course you're wrong. I know things. I know things. And then you say, you fool, I'm agnostic. And then I say, uh, no, you're a fool. You say you know things too. You're just being a hypocrite. No, no, you do not get to equate knowing, you do not get to equate, you do not get to equate knowing with perfectly knowing. No, it isn't. What you're saying, so what you're saying, what you're claiming is that the definition of knowing is perfectly knowing. No, that's not what it means. No, you're wrong. You're factually incorrect. No, you're fundamentally you're fundamentally misstating it. Actually, I brought it up. I said Gnostic. I said Gnostic. I conjugated the word Gnostic into Gnostically, and your fucking dumbass assumed that I wouldn't know the word Gnosis. Continue. I brought up the concept. You are not. You are not. You are not accurately defining the word knowledge. You are not accurately defining that word. Oh, thank you for asking. Well, why don't you listen to the answer this time? Thanks. Uh, the more you interrupt me as I try to gather my thoughts, the longer this is going to take. No, no, no. I don't blurt things out. I think and then I speak. So you can either give me that time that I need to think or not. But if you don't, it'll take longer. Um, what was I? What was I supposed to be describing to you? I have bad short-term memory. Uh, It's not. It's not retarded. It's human weakness. No, that's how you describe it. That's not how I describe it. No, what I did specifically. No, I'm not worried about it. You see. No, 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 no. This is not. It's not. It's not even. It's not even a flaw. No, it's fun for me to laugh at, but it isn't fun for me to watch other people misunderstand me. Why would I delete this? Wait, wait, wait. Nope, that doesn't make sense. Try again. You were blowing me up because of your drama with your whatever. No, you came to me. You came to me. She came to me. She came to me. You came to me. None of that was on me. What? Fuck? No, I wasn't. You approached me. That's not a relevant question, uh but I would probably take that phone call. No, no, no. The back and forth started with you. That's my point. She initiated contact with me, followed by you initiating contact with me. None of that had much to do with me. Maybe on one of my old phones. I screenshot everything. LOL. LOL. I mean, it's not like what you're saying isn't possible, but I can't guarantee that I have the device that correlates to that time frame. And even if I do, it would be a pretty large undertaking to find those specific images from the thousands and thousands of screenshots that I take on a regular basis. Everyone has them. Well, the difference between us is I care about things and you don't. Well, degrees matter. Not, no, I don't agree with your assessment of your feeling on that. No, I don't disagree with you. I do disagree with your feeling, but more specifically, I disagree with your assessment of your feeling. No, not all the way across the board. Oh no, no, but I'm talking about your corner of the board, you see. Yeah. Well, you're on the board, so the fact that your benevolence doesn't extend to yourself means that you're wrong when you say across the board. Excuse you? No, it's not. That's not an accurate assessment of the situation. No, I disagree. You think what's altruistic? You'd be better off. You'd be far better off, and you would do far more good in the world by raising a child yourself. No, you can't because you're wrong. No, specifically you can't because you're specifically wrong. No, no. The whole point of you raising the child yourself is that you shouldn't kill yourself in the first place. No, but you're not allowed to. You see? No, you're not. No, that's not relevant. I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about I don't have any compunction. I don't have any compunction about telling someone what they should and shouldn't do. That's my point. Yeah, I hear you saying that. You, you brought it up though. You brought this up. I keep answering this question. How many times are you going to ask it? Care about everything all the time? No, that's the end of the answer. I care about everything all the time. So what? So what? So what? I don't agree, but how is that relevant? No, I don't agree with your assessment of the causality, but what is your point? Uh, I like you to the degree that you impress me, and I dislike you to the degree that you don't impress me. Anything? That seems more like you don't care about much of anything. What's wrong with getting killed? What's wrong with getting killed? Well, when is it your own choice? So just to be clear, I'm right about free will. LOL. No, you're wrong. It's funny because you're wrong. You see? No, I just the I don't. That's not true. No, no, no. Understanding something is a degree of controlling it. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're fundamentally wrong. You're not defining will. I view this deflection as a tapping out. No, that's not a valid definition of will. LOL. You're laboring under the false assumption that um, will, as defined in the definition of free will, requires itself in any way to amend the truth about the laws of physics. I'm telling you, humans don't understand the laws of physics, but we know them to a degree, and I know that we know them, and we know them to a degree. We know the laws to a degree, but I know that to a degree we know them falsely. No, I know that we make wrong assumptions. Probabilistically speaking, it's a certainty. As a whole, the scientific community is going to inevitably make false assumptions. No, I do know it for certain because when you factor into the equation of the question of whether or not I can know it, the variable that is the infiniteness of everything that there is that could be known, then I'm right and you're wrong. It's not a dead horse. It's ultimately relevant. No. It totally matters. No, it entirely does matter because if you have free will, I get to I get to blame your pussy ass for killing yourself when you do, and if you don't have free will, you get to blame me for blaming you. Do you see the difference? Fuck off, bitch. Yes. No. No. He's making a logical fallacy there. At best, he's joking. No, but he if it the fact that it was a tongue in cheek thing means he knows he's not telling the truth about that, technically speaking. No, he didn't even state it very well. The true irony of it is that we have no choice but to have a choice about our fate. No, we have no choice but to have we have no choice but to have some degree of power over our fate. Be, because Everything. Everything is always in degrees. Everything always. Apparently you don't. No, apparently you don't. No, you just don't seem to understand quantum anything as well as I do. What? What did you say? What did you say? That's not relevant. I understand quantum mechanics better than you do. Well, Einstein is the proof of my thesis that the scientific community will inevitably make wrong assumptions. What? No, that was you're totally wildly conflating multiple different things with no apparent rhyme or reason. It's impossible to unfuck at this point. We would have to pick one thread and follow it. Re- relevance. What is the relevance of you saying that? What is the relevance of you saying that to me in this moment? LOL. No, no, no. It's always no. It's always wrong. It's always wrong. It's always wrong by virtue of being an incomplete tool. No, you're not. You're just not grappling with the wider context of reality with a D. Well, it would be funny if I was gay. LOL. Because you're also well. I would say you're also not gay, but that's not technically true. You're less gay than people think you are. Uh huh. I mean, unless you count kissing as some level of sex, but I don't anymore. Uh, Personally speaking, I was never curious. LOL. That's funny. Yeah, whatever. Good night. Good night. That's what I'll do. I'll go to the BMV and get my tags before they revoke my license. That way, I'll have good tags. And I won't get pulled over, even if I do get pulled. But I won't get pulled over. Fix my shit back in time. No reason to pull me over. My tags are good. Make sure I'm covered.
Let's go right to the phones. You are calling from a 215 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
The county fair. I'm the turn of the Tilton Scream, aka the Baron of Barf. Well, once the season's over, I'm fresh out of a job, so it's a good thing Safe Auto understands my insurance needs are month to month. Until then, eat light.
I've seen her. She's very particular on this stuff. So I don't give that as a pass per se, just because they have very specific ideas on race. And is Anoa Chenga back in Warren?
You're saying
Is she back in Warren? You used her name.
she's back in Warren.
Anoa Chenga is?
You're saying
So if I pull her up now,
You're saying Bernie Sanders should have taken a different strategy.
yes.
They're saying Bernie Sanders should have taken a different strategy than 2016. Has his strategy changed between 2016 and 2020?
Yes. Is he not getting the Hispanic vote this time around?
We're talking about South Carolina.
You asked me if he changed his strategy, and I'm saying yes, and he has started getting people of color in this race.
And how did it turn out for him yesterday? So I'm saying the strategy
he didn't lose the black vote, Bob. But I guess I'm making the point to you, Bob. Yes, he could make an adjustment in his strategy. By definition, he did, because he's getting the Hispanic vote in waves that he wasn't necessarily doing before. Those people who you're talking about, he may not necessarily change it to their liking, but again, to their liking doesn't really mean anything. My point is that if you're going to go after Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is going to douse himself in the black vote, then you need to go after him on that very specific issue. And by the way, this is an ideology thing to me, where you attack him, the killer instinct. I mean, look, my issue with the black vote for Biden versus Sanders is that Sanders doesn't impeach Biden's credibility on issues of civil rights. That's on him. Any random person can tell you, hey, you should run your campaign this way. Those people may have a certain philosophical point of view of the world, and I'm saying that is not indicative of how he should have run. I'm being very specific. I guarantee you. I am not saying the exact same thing that Noah or some of these other people are saying.
And I'm simply saying he needed a different strategy. You're saying he needed a different strategy.
Yes.
If more of Sanders' backers a year, 2, 3 years ago said, look, you need a different strategy, I think that would have helped support and push him to have a different strategy. I don't think enough people were angry enough at Sanders and the lack of better strategy a few years ago that led him into the strategy that he took, and it didn't pay off on Super Tuesday.
But we need to be specific about what that strategy is, and that's what the difference is.
Okay.
Because all strategies are not going to be the same. Me saying I think he should have a different strategy is different. I guarantee you, especially if you're using those particular surrogates that didn't necessarily think Sanders was doing enough for blacks.
But your strategy versus they're all hypothetical different strategies that we don't know what happens if they would have gone down these paths. My simple point is that different strategies should have been taken, needed to be taken. We didn't take that strategy. We have the strategy he took, and that's turned out for a bad Super Tuesday.
What's the strategy he took out?
With what regards? The strategy, not a killer instinct, not being better.
Well, I'm being specifically interesting. You seem to be talking about race.
I'm saying how he talked to and took feedback from a large crew of activists and African-American supporters in 2016. His lack of ability to hear that criticism and critique had led him to this situation. He needed to take a strategy where he listened, he was able or willing to hire different people, and go and approach the South in a different strategy than he took. That's all I'm saying. The strategy he took, whatever it may be, was not a winning strategy. And so all I know is those people that worked for him in 2016 were gung-ho out there, grassroots activists, organizers across the South.
Yeah.
They simply felt rejected by him and his team when they tried to meet with them after the 2016 election to talk about where Sanders had fallen down, and they didn't want to hear it. Those people went to Elizabeth Warren. I can send you a longer list of the 100 endorsers, Latinx, queer women, black women for Sanders. Those people were with Warren now. Those people were with Sanders in 2016. They felt slighted. I could start naming and listing them. They all felt slighted that he didn't respond. And all you have to do as a candidate is properly respond and sit there at a table and say, yep, let me explain that. Yep, that's great. I hear that. I'll change. He was not able to do that. That's from people that were in the room with Bernie Sanders and reported that
so poorly against people of color.
Because she doesn't have name recognition, she doesn't have the better policies.
Senator of the United States doesn't have name recognition. Who could have ran in 2015 doesn't have name recognition.
Why did Sanders not do better in 2016? It's still a name recognition thing.
Sanders was nobody in 2016. But look, Warren. They had a draft Warren petition in 2015. Hillary Clinton was terrified. I can show you the article in ABC News. Terrified that Warren was going to run against her because she thought that Warren would have won. So it's not this thing of nobody knew who Warren was. People didn't know who Warren was. Warren is
infrastructure. Let's get some calls in here. We'll get back to arguing with each other. Charles, thank you for calling in all day, every day. I greatly appreciate it. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, man? Well, I do think that was a little bit harsh on Bernie Sanders. I do think, it's the fault. Because I know all of that. I know that Bernie Sanders was part of the civil rights movement and all that. And I'm African-American, so if I can learn that, I'm not special. People could have took the diligence to learn that on their own, and Bernie's a 78-year-old man, and he's doing all of this. He's doing the most he can do, he's going around the country. He can only do so much.
So, Charles, I partially agree with you. I don't think I'm being too hard on Sanders. And if I'm being honest, I don't even think Bob is being too hard on Sanders. I mean, we're saying something slightly different, but I think it boils down to something very similar. It's just Sanders has a certain ideological point of view of the world where he believes, for whatever reason, just apparently, that he doesn't want to get into these fights. meaning these knife fights on different terrain other than policy. I mean, look at the Nina Turner thing, where you put a knife in Nina Turner and you didn't want to say, yeah, Joe Biden has been bad with blacks. Same thing with Zephyr Teachout. He didn't want to go after her. I mean, he didn't want to back her point up on corruption. And again, Teachout was right. Like, in one situation after the next, when he's given the opportunity to try to either clarify or go after his opponent's strong suit, he doesn't do it. And he just put his surrogates out there for it. That's my angst. I mean, I got to be honest, that's been my angst for the past year. I've done videos over the year pointing out that this is a weakness and this is going to be a problem for him going forward. I mean, look at Warren for a moment. When Warren was running in the race earlier this year, Warren was able to get up to the number 1 and 2 spot. Why? Because Sanders never created a clarity between who she was versus who he is. So she just came across as looking younger and a female. Great. She didn't collapse. It wasn't anything Sanders did that made Warren collapse. It was what Warren did that made Warren collapse. And that was when she had to explain the healthcare thing. But understand my point. That means that this wasn't necessarily in his hands. He wasn't willing to do what was necessary in order to clarify, create contrast, and get that vote. Instead, he waited until she collapsed. That's not a way to win a campaign, especially when you have all of these things on board that you want to get accomplished.
But I wasn't finished making my point before you interjected.
I'm sorry. Go for it.
But what I was trying to say is when you got, the media and you got people who just can't be swayed that Bernie Sanders is a better candidate for black people. You bring up the crime bill, you bring up and I know on a personal level how hard it is to convince black people about how terrible Joe Biden was for the community in contrast to Bernie Sanders. So it's an uphill task when you're trying to talk to a brick wall. These black people are brick walls, and that you cannot convince them. Like I've been showing them, pictures of Bernie Sanders in the civil rights movement, getting arrested, putting his life on the line. When he could have been like lynched for being an N-word lover back then. Supporting black people when it was real unpopular to do. And I try to contrast that with the crime bill, and I know how personally hard it is to convince those people. I've shown people this, and they still vote for Biden and vote for Bloomberg or whoever, establishment Democrats or whatever. So it's like, I believe no matter how hard you try, y'all underestimating the hard-headedness of these people who you're trying to reach out to. You're really underestimating how hard it is to get a message to these people. I've tried personally, and they just, for some reason, they buy into the mainstream narrative of establishment Democrats, and they let.
Yeah, I hear you, Charles. Thank you so much for the call. We greatly appreciate it. We're going to turn to a quick break here before we come back with our favorite guest, Teresa Lundy, and many calls on hold there. We see you. We'll come back to you. Just give us a minute after this break. You're listening to Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. We're back after this.
Robinhood is an investing app that lets you buy and sell stocks, ETFs, and cryptocurrencies all commission-free. Getting started is easy, and you can invest in the companies you love in a few taps and a swipe. It's time to take control of your financial future.
When people think of Roto-Rooter, they typically just think plumbing and water cleanup. And they wouldn't be wrong, but we do a whole lot more. Roto-Rooter. Yeah, we do that too.
Breaking news, expert analysis, and exclusive stories, all in one place. Radio Sputnik, telling the untold.
Hi, this is Max Kaiser for Double Down, a new show on Sputnik with Max Kaiser and Stacey Urban. Everybody's doubling down. Central bankers are doubling down. Gambleholics are doubling down. Everyone's doubling down. Why don't you double down? Right here at Sputnik with a new show called Double Down with Max and Stacey. Bye, y'all.
Shooting from the lip.
We're taking no prisoners here. Real opinions from real people. show where we bring you people with controversial views, and instead of trying to catch them out, we actually let them expand on their views. What's going on in British politics, European politics, and indeed in world politics as well. And wherever you are, whether you're a UKIP supporter, Tory or Labour, everything is in turmoil. John Gaunt, shooting from the lip.
Welcome back to Political Misfits, the show that goes against the grain. My name is Jamal Thomas. I am here with my co-host, the irrepressible Bob Schlehuber. As I noted in the monologue today is everything, all things Super Tuesday. 14 states across the United States and the colony of America Samoa went to the polls to choose the candidate they prefer to exceed the Democratic primary. Last night was rather shocking, to be honest. As I said in the monologue, this is a dark, dark day. We have several people on the line, so hold on for a moment. Let's bring in the guests to discuss. We're joined by Teresa Lundy, communications strategist and principal at TML Communications. Teresa, how's it going tonight? This morning.
Well, I probably like the rest of the Americans, timid.
Timid, demoralized, even. Before doing anything else, let's go through the results, and we can discuss it through the results. By the way, you guys can call. We have, like I said, the lines are full at this point, so definitely give us a call. The number is 202-521-1320. That's 202-521-1320. So before doing anything else, let's go to the results, just so we have a basis of understanding of what took place. Joe Biden wins Alabama. Joe Biden wins Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Texas. Those last two are the ones that burn the most. Sanders takes Vermont, Colorado, Utah, California. Oh, and there's one more for Joe Biden, which is Maine. Now, this is painful. To Texas and Massachusetts especially, because it was expected that Sanders or Warren was going to take Massachusetts, not Warren coming third and Sanders coming second. Joe Biden winning that was entirely because the vote was split between Warren and Sanders, and that Bloomberg wasn't a part of that contest, and so Biden was able to essentially come out on top. Teresa, this was not a good day. And, Bob and I, we were having a debate on the whole race thing, or the conversation on race. He needs to do something on this, right? Personally, I think this boils down to being more aggressive on going after and impeaching the credibility of your opponents. But clearly, something has to change. There needs to be some level of an autopsy. And before I bring you in, there's a video. Let's hear Sanders' new ad, because Sanders apparently has started to retool, I guess, his position or whatever, or the way he's pursuing this campaign, I guess, to some modest degree. And so let's listen to Sanders' new ad that he put up today.
Bernie is somebody who has the virtue of saying exactly what he believes. Great authenticity, great passion, and is fearless. Bernie served on the Veterans Committee and got bills done. I think people are ready for a call to action. They want honest leadership who cares about them. They want somebody who's going to fight for them. And they will find it in Bernie. That's where I feel the burn. I'm Bernie Sanders, and I approve this message.
Now, Teresa, for the longest time, people thought that Obama had endorsed Bloomberg. Sanders had avoided doing videos like this. But now, this seems to be a departure. So is this too little too late? Is this going to have the impact that he wants? What's his goal in putting out this particular video, and is it going to work?
I think they're falling all over the place right now at their campaign, because we were just talking about this last week on some local blog podcast where Bernie Sanders, was at the top spot, and we were thinking him and Biden's out the water, and now we see the unexpected, or for some the expected, because the Democratic machine has now overtook this. Wait a minute, we have somebody that doesn't even agree with our party. So I think the campaign is all over the place as they try to reconfigure what their voice is, and now they are talking to, or they're trying to talk to the African American base, the women base. They already have the millennial base, but I think it's more so the minority base. Is it a little too late they've already been, having their conversations. But I think the media has run it as Representative Clybourne's endorsement of Biden and basically calling him a savior for Biden. That they're like, okay, who do we have that's African American, the most influential African American that we can get in the ad? And of course, it's Barack Obama. For all that, they should just did Michelle.
But this could backfire, right? I mean, at this point, Obama may come out and support Biden. Meaning, I wouldn't be shocked if within a week if Obama came out and endorsed Joe Biden, which for the most part puts a knife in his ad.
Mm-hmm.
And the caller Calvin earlier, he kind of made mention saying that black voters are hard to get across, and this is kind of my point of why I focus on this from the cross-examination standpoint. It's one thing to say you should vote for this person, his policies are better. They may or may not agree with you. It's another thing to show where the person was lying about civil rights. That seems to get more bang for your buck in regards to making people. I have family members who were on board for Joe Biden, and when they found out that he was lying about civil rights, flipped on a dime. It's just so over the top in regards to the dishonesty. What do you think has more bang for its buck? An ad like this, or going after trying to impeach the credibility of the person who's saying, okay.
You know what? Great question. So I definitely believe it's the credibility, but we got to be honest. If we're talking about anyone who has the most credibility with African Americans, I would say it is Bernie Sanders. He's walked the line. He's walked the civil rights line. But as it relates to policies, I would say it's Joe Biden. As it relates to some of the work that he has done in minority communities. So it's a twofold here. Bernie can literally stand on his own and talk about his work, his relationship with the African American community. I just think they're redirecting it wrong. I think Bernie would have did better, him on camera, face shot, him talking about the experience, and we seeing photos of him actually doing the work. Sort of how we saw Bloomberg with the Get It Done type ad, but actually Bernie on camera doing it.
So I think this goes to your point, Bob. Basically, it's not enough to have a pedigree of this. Like, you have to actually talk about these issues in a way that, I don't know.
Or if you don't show your pedigree.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. He's like, he should have been talking about this stuff the whole time.
Yeah.
And something is holding him back. And I've said this is what I'm saying when I go back to the strategist after 2016 talking to him. There's something holding him back about presenting that narrative. And it could be just humility. It could just be, I don't feel comfortable. I'm a white passing. I'm a Jewish man who lives in Vermont. It's a senator here. Why am I going to speak out on these black issues? I did the thing because it was the right thing. I didn't do it like I'm Joe Biden, because Joe Biden at 18 was in the shower practicing his presidential speech one day and getting to know black people so he could one day run for national office. Yeah. I don't think Sanders was calculating that like that. And I think that's held him back. And there's something that made him slightly just uncomfortable, or something that wasn't able to win and say, look, after 2016, I did mess up. Let us figure this out. And I think enough people tried so hard to talk to him, and he simply just said, there's something is off, either on the killer instinct, on the CV, on talking to black voters, or engaging with that. Because if you do look at his record in history, it shouldn't be where it is right now, but yet he is here. And that's where he's at. Teresa, the other question, we'll talk more about the California results. It's not only that Bernie Sanders has a black voter issue. And I would argue in many ways he really doesn't, because there's plenty of young black voters that are out there for him.
We're just talking about older.
He has an age issue. It's over 65. It's just not. There's just no turning the corner. And I'm just kind of curious of talking to people in that age demographic of why they're not able to shift away from Joe Biden.
You know what? And I actually find that as a very great question. So I'm for the viewers who can't see my face, I'm an African American woman, and I live in the city of Brotherly Love and Cicely Affection, and I do have friends who are on Bernie's campaign from the region that have focused their efforts right here in Philadelphia and, of course, in PA. And so I did ask them, when they're at these senior centers, why, and literally this was 2 weeks ago, I asked them, I said, why do you think your seniors aren't connecting, to Bernie Sanders? And they're like, we don't know Bernie, but we know Biden. And we know Biden because we know Obama, right? And they're literally colliding the fact that, VP Biden and our former President Barack Obama, they walked hand in hand, throughout those whole 8 years. And one thing about Biden, he made sure that whatever Barack did, he was right there on the side, on his right shoulder, and making sure he was, in some of those pocket places. Like I think when Brett Kleinborn was on CNN earlier this morning, and he was talking about, listen, Joe Biden and his wife were, just randomly at a church meeting without doing politics. Come on. There's so many churches you could have went to, but you decided to go to South Carolina to go to church. So we got to be honest here. Right? That was extremely political, but we understand because unlike Bernie Sanders has been building a movement since 2016, but that movement has not reached the 65-year-olds. His movement has specifically been geared to the revolution, when the revolution looks like the next generation and not the seasonal resident.
To put it in perspective, from between 65 and older, Biden gets 48 to 15. From 45 to 64, Biden gets 42 to 20. The moment that you get to like 18 to 29, Sanders gets 58 to 17. Like the generational divide is extraordinary. And again, like you said, this is like younger blacks, Sanders, older blacks, Biden. So it's not straightforward to say that just blacks is a monolith. African Americans go to Biden 58 to 17 in Super Tuesday states. Now Sanders wins every other demographic in spades. I mean, Asian 41 to 14, Hispanic 35 to 26, white 27 to 34. But the issue is the black vote was so dominant, like in regards to the disparity between the two, that for the most part it made up the gap. Meaning it made the gap what that gap was. I still say it's like you have to create some level of. Look, personally, I think this is where you go negative campaigning. And I think you go negative campaigning in order to show that Joe Biden is not being honest. And I think that would have gotten more bang for his buck.
Mm-hmm.
Teresa, just one last question before we have to let you go. Our phone lines are so full. We have another guest that wants to join us from Texas, but we can't get him on until we get to some of you callers. So thank you for having this great problem. Teresa, just last question there. You are in Pennsylvania. You guys don't vote for a little while here, but I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on what that state's looking like. And that was the big thing from Super Tuesday is not these states aren't the swing states, right? These aren't the ones Ohio's, the Michigans, the Wisconsins, the Pennsylvanias, the Floridas. So tell us quickly just about Pennsylvania and what to expect from there.
Absolutely. So here's a quick circumference of what PA is looking like. It's looking like Biden. Why? Because Joe Biden and Senator Bob Casey are walking hand in hand. Senator Bob Casey is like the Kennedy of Pennsylvania, right? So, Senator Casey can literally go to sleep and he's still elected, right, without any campaigning. And to be quite honest, it's just how it is. Joe Biden has put his roots here. His base has literally started here. His first fundraiser was here with the CEO, who's now the strategist for Comcast Network. So Bernie's going to have to put in some more work if he really wants to galvanize, but it's more importantly, he's going to have to put in the money.
I'm curious, what do you think he's going to do? Just one last question, I'm sorry. What do you think he's going to do what can he do in order to change that around?
Oh, Bernie Sanders? Yeah. He has to pick up all the consultants that Bloomberg reached out to, right? Because unlike Biden, now it's kind of it reminds me of Hillary Clinton's campaign, where whoever was on the campaign, they were in the campaign, and any outsider, you were exiled. So if I'm Bernie, I'm picking up Bloomberg consultants because his consultants had to be about, it was a lot. It was many consultants that was here in Pennsylvania only, and everybody wanted to be engaged. I think if he starts with that and starts with the ground game about specific issues as it relates to charter schools, public school districts, the green, the gun violence, and of course mass incarceration, he does that in PA, he may have a nice shift.
That was Teresa Lundy, communication strategist and principal at TML Communications. Teresa, thank you so much for joining us. We turn our attention now to the state of Texas. We're joined by Ashton P. Woods, who is a community activist with Black Lives Matter Houston. Ashton, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. I'm glad to be back.
I see our other callers there, Nick, Tyrese, JR, Trudy. I promise you the 1 o'clock hour Eastern time is all yours. We're saving those spots there for you, but we did want to check in with Ashton. I think the big shock of the night for many people was Joe Biden winning there in Texas. Sanders was out of the gate early with the early poll results in his favor. It seemed like it was just a matter of how much he would win by. And when many people woke up this morning, they weren't able to stay up late into the evening. They woke up to a surprise that Joe Biden had won Texas. Ashton, I don't know if that was surprising to you. It was surprising to many people across the country. What was your take there from the ground there in Houston?
It wasn't surprising to me because I live here, right?
Sure.
I did know a lot of black folk and brown folk who were supporting Biden and who were supporting Bloomberg. I think they were always going to vote for them, and I believe that the issue is how we look at polling. We weren't asking the right people the right questions, and we were making assumptions as a collective about how things will turn out. Now, I will say that I thought it was going to be a tie race between Warren and Sanders. I know that sounds crazy, but based on what I've been seeing, it looked like the other votes outside of the black community might balance it out a little bit. And as you saw in the early vote results here in Texas, the top three, they kind of had similar numbers. So we were evenly split, and it's something that people need to start thinking about right now. As it looks like people are trying to push for Biden to be the nominee, is making sure that we're not disenfranchising Sanders voters and Warren voters because they're still in the race and they still have some form of viability. Definitely Sanders, and that's what I'm seeing still here in Houston in particular, where I think the South Carolina piece of what actually broke voters towards Biden, who would have normally voted for Klobuchar or Buttigieg.
What was the question? You said people were asking the wrong questions. What were the questions that people should have asked in order to get the right result?
The question that should have been asked is, why? Who are you? Not just who are you supporting, but what are your issues? And if we look at the exit polls, which ironically have been pretty accurate this cycle, a lot of them are looking for someone who reminds them of the Obama years. They were looking for someone who would bring them back to the normal that they were used to, as opposed to people like me who would be supporting like a Warren or a Sanders who are looking for actual change as opposed to status quo. And I think that the expansion on the question should have been, why are you looking for one person to just support Trump? Why don't the other issues matter? Because you saw healthcare, education, climate change all become very small percentage numbers, which would normally show up big, even in the general election, and I found that to be strange.
Well, so what about the youth vote in Texas? Because, like you said, blacks aren't a monolith, especially it seems to break across the lines of youth versus the elderly. It seems that he had a cut in the number of people who came out for the youth vote. I mean, Sanders' argument was, I can expand the electorate, and if I can expand the electorate, I can bring new people into the voting thing. What was Texas like in that sense? Was he able to expand the electorate, or did people just stay home and he didn't necessarily, his theory of the case didn't come out in the way that he thought?
He expanded. I think he expanded. Because you got to remember, in Houston has the youngest population in the state. The average age in Houston is like 27 to 30 years old. So we showed up. I mean, the truth of the matter is this. People forget that there are other folks who are from different walks of life, and we are still in Texas.
That's a fair point. It is Texas. I think a lot of people had their hopes up, despite it being Texas, especially with the Hispanic demographic. I'm curious, what was the word on the ground? I mean, were you guys getting inundated with ads? I mean, looking at Bloomberg ends up, not doing great in Texas. I mean, he came up with 14.7%, which means that Biden, if Bloomberg wasn't in the race, would have won in heavier margins.
Well, Bloomberg did do a lot of ad buying, and he used a lot of the same language that what I was trying to say earlier before you cut me off is that there are an existence of black and brown conservative folks who identify as Democrats, and some they call themselves conservative Democrats, and they refuse to call themselves Republicans. But the truth of the matter is that people like Bloomberg appeal to them because he appeals to their sensibilities. And I don't mean to sound rude, but a lot of these people who turned out for Bloomberg and turned out for Biden basically were the same people who would probably have been supporting Hillary Clinton in the super predator contest. Because a lot of black folks were behind supporting that crime bill in '93. And those are the same people who are voting now.
Yeah, Absolutely. I'm also curious, Ashton, as we don't have a ton of time with you, about some of these down ballot races. Obviously, Super Tuesday talking about the Democratic presidential primary, but there were some other races of the Senate race there, and one Congress race in particular I want to ask you about. The first is the Senate Democratic primary there. MJ Hager is going to head to a runoff. Not quite sure who yet will be the person that runs off against her, either Christina Zinzan Ramirez or Royce West coming up here on May 26th. Just give us, the listeners, a little bit of an idea of who MJ Hager is, and either if she'll have a chance to beat Cornyn or if there's no chance there in Texas for her.
To be honest with you, MJ Hagar was not even on my radar in Houston. Wasn't here a lot, and if you pay attention to a lot of the county numbers that were coming out, you'll see that the race was more competitive in Harris County than it was statewide, where you saw Amanda Edwards and you saw MJ Hagar, but you also saw other people who came in and the numbers were kind of even. I'm not sure how they look right now because I hadn't checked the county results. But through the night last night up until at least 2 o'clock this morning, it looked pretty even. So she will have to do some work. The work will come into Houston and in Harris County and surrounding areas to make sure that she's actually getting the biggest pot of votes that she can get to state of Texas to. I didn't see it happen in the primary. I saw a little ad here, but I got no mail pieces, got phone calls, no text messages, saw no ads on Facebook, nothing.
You might not have been her target voter if I had to make a guess based on some of her endorsements that she and knowing you and the great work you do there in the state of Texas and in Houston. The other race I wanted to ask you, Ashton, about was the Texas 28, Jessica Cisneros versus the current representative Henry Cuellar. Cuellar, big-time Republican, as a Democrat, I guess to say it in some ways, one of 2 anti-abortion House Democrats, as well as holds an A rating for the National Rifle Association. Jessica Cisneros, a 26-year-old immigration and human rights attorney, big-time endorsements. Both Sanders and Warren had endorsed her. That, for me, felt like this conversation of, are we going to ever have a Democratic Party split? It'd be because of races like this and these 2 candidates who are dramatically different, and I don't understand how these 2 candidates are somehow supposed to fit in the same party.
We're actually living in a time where people have been exposed for their madness and the methodologies of their madness. So I think there will be a split. There probably will be an actual viable third party, not that the Green Party doesn't exist or other parties don't exist. But I think what people won't feel like they're being bombarded with white male privilege, like at the Green Party and a couple of other parties where you might see some respect for black and brown folks. But the truth of the matter is that this is going to cause a fracture. And I've been thinking that the whole time that people are going to be alienated. And when we're talking about the young girl showing up, we were just told, sit down and wait your turn. And I even posted on Facebook this morning, I feel like if Biden becomes a nominee, we're going to be waiting 20 more years to get criminal justice reform based on his language and his past historical actions. And, you know, his last comment about marijuana being a gateway drug, no, marijuana is a mass incarceration drug that you made into a drug to mass incarcerate black and brown people in large amounts. And I think that we will be taking 10 steps backwards. It's like, either way, less extremes from Trump and a return to normalcy to some folks. But I remember a return to normalcy for me pre-2016 would be me in the streets protesting again because of bad immigration policies and the lack of attention to detail to make sure that we're taking advantage of every chance to reform immigration and to decriminalize black or brown bodies. And it seems like that's what we're going to return to. If that's normal, I don't want it.
Wait, Sanders, because you're making a really good point. He wasn't able to make that argument effectively in Texas.
I think he was. I think, here's the thing. We have people who vote, right? And a lot of those people watch TV. Now, if you watch TV, you watch My20 or one of the off channels instead of watching the big 3 like ABC, Fox, and CBS, because you have a cell phone that still limits your data and you got to watch a minute. We're talking about people who don't have smartphones like the kind we're talking on, like the kind I'm talking on right now. We're talking about people who go to work 3 jobs, who got children, and they live everyday life and probably don't ever watch the news except for when they have a hurricane is coming. And they heard Bloomberg's voice, and they heard Biden's voice, and they heard the radio because they don't have Pandora. They're listening to 97 out of box, the local station. They're listening to where people are buying ad buys. And they're going to Office, which I lost yesterday as well because I ran for House District 146 against a Democratic incumbent who I decided to primary for various reasons that we're talking about right now, is that we're seeing a resurgence of conservatism, and it's because people are not talking to other folks and saying what the issues are. And finding out why, if Tommy, a little black boy, went to a predominantly black school, brought a gun to school was because he was being bullied, as opposed to little Richard, who's going to a predominantly white school, who wants to shoot everybody up because he got rejected by some girl. You know what I mean? Like, we're not having these conversations, and that's why we're having the results that we're having.
That was Ashton P. Woods, a community activist with Black Lives Matter Houston. Ashton, thank you for not only joining us, but thank you for primary establishment Democrats and taking the fight to the street. And that's what, for so many people, like I said at the end of our show, go out and organize and run. That's how you win. You got to win at the doors. So, Ashton, thank you big time on behalf of Political Misfits. Thank you for joining us. I got our callers on the line here where they're jammed up. I'm so excited. The 1 o'clock hour. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're coming to you. So get ready. You're listening to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik Live in Washington, D.C. We're back after this.
Listening to Radio Sputnik, telling the untold.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik, where we bring you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. I'm Bob Schleicher. We're here with Jamarl Thomas, a very fired up, ready to break some things. Jamarl Thomas. They're ready to go against the grain or smash a vase or break some glass. We're doing it here on Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik in Washington, D.C., 105.5 FM. You can check us out on Twitter or Facebook, Sputnik Misfits there on Twitter. You can also download this podcast. If you have a chance to catch us live from 12 to 2 every day, you can find us on Spreaker, iTunes, iHeartRadio, all those good podcast platforms you may want to check out. A few big pieces of news earlier today here. Michael Bloomberg, the billionaire, outdid the other billionaire, Ross Perot. He said, let me spend some money foolishly and not get great results.
In the primary, no less.
In the primary, nonetheless, he lasted one day. As much as he's been around for a month or two now running this stuff, he actually was only on the ballot for a day.
How much did he spend?
It's like $500. Somebody told me it was $11 million per delegate that he eventually won.
Oh, wow. $500 million.
$500 million. And not only that, he also came out and endorsed Joe Biden. The big question now, what does Elizabeth Warren do?
Now,
March 15th is the next debate. And so some people say, can't you hang on 11 days to get to that next debate? I don't know, man.
You don't think so?
I don't know what does she do at this point? She's not gonna drop out and endorse Sanders.
Right.
She's not gonna do the thing everybody's like, oh, just let her, just do it, just come on, just let's have a fight battle royale. She shows up,
that way, yeah.
And now if she endorses Biden, like that's also she's not gonna do that.
What is your model of Warren? Because I've given you my model of Warren. I think she's a creature of the party. And when I say creature of the party, I'm talking about going all the way back to 2016 with the deal with Clinton, with the deal from the standpoint of policy proposals that she wanted to get enacted, all the way to now, where, in 2020, you have all of these people who are creatures of the party, very specific of stopping Sanders. Even Bloomberg got into the race with a very explicit point.
I don't think she's like, I want to stop Sanders, but she deeply believes in the Democratic Party. She's not coming in. She was a Republican shifting into the Democratic Party from the right. She's not a Sanders saying, I'm going to step in from the left and then pull it to the left kind of thing. She's someone that deeply believes in the party. But I promised our callers we would take your call. So let's start here. JR, thank you for your patience. What's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. When we think about, I would have loved to have seen Bernie take the gloves off a little bit more. even my spouse, who's like a meek little lamb, she's like, watching the debates, and she tells me, she's like, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive than what he's been. But at the same time, I do think that Bernie, I don't think that he articulated how his policies would benefit, African Americans. I don't think he articulated that well enough, especially when I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think right now he's pulling in like less than 20% of the vote from the African American community. And so I think, when you think about, let's say, student loan forgiveness program, the fact that, Business Insider released an article that showed that program would,
like income inequality, like 12 to 1 or something.
A wealth gap from 2 to 1 to 5 to 1, that's a pretty big deal that needs to be, articulated. And not to mention the fact that, African Americans, are crowding prisons, and what, his marijuana, legalizing marijuana and then expunging the records of those of nonviolent offenders, that's a pretty big deal. And I just wish he would have articulated that a little bit better, because right now, as it stands, African Americans, and particularly the older crowd, are very pragmatic, and you've got to help them understand, even though Bernie's talking about class, African Americans somehow felt left out. I'm African American, and I know, when you go and talk to African Americans, they will say, well, if you talk to them about his plans, they'll say, well, how is he going to pay for it? They're asking questions like that. That's the first thing they want to know. So I think they voted for Biden because he's familiar. They know him, and they're looking to go back to the same old. But it's Bernie's job to articulate the fact that the same old is how we got Trump, and if we go back to that, we better pray and hope we don't get something worse than that in the future.
JR, thank you for the call. Let's keep on grinding through the different calls here. Ben, thank you so much for hanging on and calling back in. You're on Political Misfits. What's on your mind?
Hey, I don't like it when y'all fight. Like, can we all get along?
No. I'll fight you too, Ben.
It's not a fight. It's a debate.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, that is true. We need distinctions between y'all points of view. I totally get it.
Yeah. It's a debate show. But go for it. I'm sorry.
So one, last night was kind of rough. Just a little bit. I think the thing here, regarding to him being more aggressive, if you look at the different primaries, like the Republican primary, for instance, a lot of their states are like winner take all, and on the Democratic side, it's more proportional. So a person like Trump can afford to suppress turnout as long as he gets just slightly more than the other guy, and he can walk away with like everything. Versus, say, on the Democratic side, where, and a lot of this is traditional as well, if you end up, like, say, attacking your opponent, you might actually that might end up hurting you long term, because a lot of those voters may not go to you because it's a proportional system, up to the point the super delegates just say whatever the heck they want to.
And they backfire, basically.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think it's one part of that, and also, because like, I wouldn't say that he doesn't have like killer instinct. He clearly does when he has the go-ahead to. Like, nobody likes Trump, as an example. So he can just call him things that he never said last time about Hillary. Like, oh, Trump is a pathological liar. He says stuff that's blatantly not true. Imagine if he would have said that against Hillary, though. He may have ended up winning the primary, but it would have suppressed turnout on that side. Now, I know it doesn't make sense. I know it's silly, but it's more like social psychology here.
No, it's not silly. I mean, it does make sense. If you're attacking a particular candidate and the people identify with that candidate, they're going to be angry at you just by definition for attacking that candidate. So I do get it. It's just, is that true for somebody like Biden? Like Sanders, I don't expect Sanders to call Biden racist or sexist or anything like that. But the fact that he would run an ad talking about Social Security where he would show Joe Biden's position on Social Security change, meaning Joe Biden says one thing and something else, shows that he has propensity to do it. It's just what he just chooses to do it with. I agree with you and the other caller. Like, you have to look. He lost to the black vote, basically. I mean, 58 to 17 or something like that. And I do think you have to talk into that community, or talk specifically to that community. Meaning the class argument. I don't know if that's entirely enough. But at the very least, use it to impeach your witness or impeach the person who's running in the race. He just doesn't seem to do it. But I don't think that backfires on him. Am I crazy, Bob? Does that
Well,
backfire?
Ben, you wanted to get back in there.
Oh, sorry.
Well, right. Well, just quickly, that's why, like, look at what happened, whether you agree with her politics overall or not, with Tulsi and Kamala, right? She, like, did, like, what Bane did to Batman. It was not pretty. But did she get all of Kamala's voters? She did not. So, unless you have a literal Dark Knight, as an example, on Bernie's behalf, go up and, for example, kneecap someone like Elizabeth Warren, you're probably not going to see him do that. He's going to be focusing on creating a bit, I mean, maybe it's a bit too late, I don't know, distinctions between him and Biden. And he's not going to really lay a finger, like, you had to go, like, Hillary's favorability ratings were so low. He actually had to go ahead, in my opinion, within the party to go out and actually, like, be more aggressive with her. But he did not. Now you have someone like Elizabeth Warren, who, like what Bob said, has capitalized, rightly or wrongly, on the identity politics game. And now there's this, like, front that he's just not really able to permeate. If you had another person in there, an actual, like, woman of color, you could say, who, you know, is not afraid to go in there, might be able to do something, but I just don't.
Yeah, I hear you, Ben. I really appreciate it. Thank you for playing Peacemaker there with us as well and calling in. Nick, you're on the line. Nick, thanks for your patience and holding. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the time. I feel like I've listened to the whole show on my phone. I enjoy it anyways. I think Bernie, I think he's got the winning message. I think he's got a monumental uphill battle. And he has to basically educate the nation on his policies. And that in itself is a problem, but then you got the whole DNC working against him and all these people who are supposed to be, like, nice or, honest actors are pretty much just, like Jamal likes to say, kneecapping them. And I feel like it's imperative for him to have to show his teeth. And I think Bernie has that fight in him, especially when you guys, like you guys said, with regard to, like, Trump
or Bloomberg
or Bloomberg or any oligarch, basically.
Yeah.
And I feel like he needs to do a better job of calling out the situation for what it is. I mean, it's different if he's got backup like Tulsi. I think she was kind of that chess piece for him, but.
Well, Nick, thank you for holding. Go charge your phone. I'm sure you use some of your battery there holding with us. Good problems to have. Sanders got the backup. What are you talking about? He's got him. He's got Barack Obama. He's got the new ad out in Florida. If you haven't had a chance to see it, check it out. Trudy, have you had the chance to see the new ad that Sanders has out there with Barack Obama? How do you feel about that and whatever else is on your mind?
What's going on, Trudy? How's it going?
Hi, Jamal. Hello, Bob.
Hey.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, so it's just basically an ad of Barack Obama just saying nice things about Bernie Sanders, but so much of the criticism has been Sanders is speaking out against Obama, the establishment, and now he's turned to the familiar voice that so many people want to hear. But that aside, what did you want to call in and talk about today?
Oh, well.
Yeah, yep.
Everybody that's gone seriously on the attack is now out of the race. Warren lost support when she attacked Bernie. Democrat voters don't want attacks. They want policy.
Well, and Tulsi Gabbard is still in the race.
Yeah, but...
And Warren collapsed when she came out for health care, not when she attacked Sanders.
She's got one delegate.
Who are you talking about, Gabbard? I know, but you said everybody who attacked was out of the race. I'm making a point that she's not out of the race. And also that the reason for Warren collapsing had everything to do with her being disingenuous with health care, not necessarily because she went after Sanders.
Well, I disagree. I think it's because they don't like vicious attacks, especially dishonest ones.
Now, that part I agree with, Trudy, but is it dishonest? Like, when Joe Biden made the Social Security thing, and Sanders made the video showing Joe Biden's talking about Social Security back then versus him lying about it now. is that an attack video? Yes, technically, but is it a wrong video to play? I don't think so. It's fair game. I mean, Joe Biden was lying.
I agree. As long as he sticks with facts and policy, he'll do all right. And that's what he's been doing. He's been mentioning negatives about Joe.
Yep. All right, Trudy, thank you so much for the call. I think there's a 1-2 punch coming up in a few weeks that Sanders may be able to play. We'll talk about that more. Let's get to these first callers that have been waiting. Tyrese, thank you for waiting and calling back again to Political Misfits. What's on your mind today?
Okay, I gotta clarify this. I'm in the middle. Okay, I believe in some liberal policy and some policy that leans to the right as well. And at the same time, with me saying that, you got two major factors why Bernie lost. The first one was he wasn't strong. He should have attacked Biden on his lying. Number two, he had open primaries with some of these states where you had people voting for Biden. Okay, that was a major factor. And number three, because I was in a union, I was working for a shipyard, and I was a tradesman. On the job, sometimes people used to talk about, these companies hiring undocumented people or immigrants. And what that was going to do is drive down the wages. Because Bernie Sanders is pro undocumented worker, I think in the South, which we are affected with it the most, is that I think some black people and some white people that's blue dog Democrats saw that and probably was afraid of Bernie Sanders. What y'all think about that?
Thank you, Tyrese, for your call.
I don't know if Joe Biden, I don't know if Sanders is pro undocumented worker. I don't know. Keep in mind, Sanders is socialist. When he talks about these class issues, oftentimes he's talking about these issues in a context of people getting better wages. Meaning, if you want to say that he's for citizenship, where people can work and get a decent wage.
Yeah, I think it's an idea. I think maybe that's what Tyrese is going there for, is just basically, if Sanders' argument is that undocumented workers aren't competing and making it harder for, say, poor blacks or poor whites to get jobs. He's saying, look, if we can help them get jobs legally and bring them into the system, they can unionize competitively. It'll help everybody, as opposed to pitting those groups against one another. We have one more caller before we have to take a break. Brian, you got about 30 seconds with us. Thank you so much for holding. What's on your mind today?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Man, I am so upset, bro. But you want to know something? It is Bernie's fault, because Bernie should have hit Biden really hard when he was weak. Biden's been weak for a long time now, and he could have hit him, but he chose not to, and that backfired on him.
Especially South Carolina, right? Because at one point Sanders had closed the gap in South Carolina, and I don't know if he was coasting. I don't know what was going on, but it's it's like you have to win a one game. You got to put the guy down. Because now he's going to run through the next week with effectively a gauntlet of press screaming that Joe Biden is the comeback kid, Joe Biden is the front runner, Sanders can't get the black vote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is belied by the evidence. If you're looking at the primary results, Sanders got every other demographic with the exception of the black vote in Super Tuesday states, but those are the South, and these are older African Americans that we're talking about. But that's not going to stop the media's, running with this as if this is, this race, Joe Biden has come back, Joe Biden is in the lead, Joe Biden is the dominant person. That's going to be positive media attention going for the entire week. So it's like, instead of trying to win a one game in South Carolina by going all in, you end up with a situation now where South Carolina allows a bump 2 days into Super Tuesday, meaning he gets a bump going into the election itself. And, I was reading the stats. I think it was like 6 out of 10 people who chose at the last minute chose Biden. Super Tuesday bump.
Wow.
Yeah. Brian, thank you so much for the call. We go from the south of America to the west. We're joined by Dr. Bill Honigman. Dr. Bill, how are you doing today?
Hey, dude, okay. Great to be on with you, and great that you guys have your own show now. So I've been a fan of your work for some time, both you, Bob, and Jamal, and so great to be with you. Thanks.
Greatly appreciate it. You are the California State Coordinator and co-coordinator of the Healthcare as a Human Right Issue Organizing Team for Progressive Democrats of America out there in California. You're the only silver lining, I guess, of last night for many Bernie Sanders there in California. I guess I want to ask two questions. Obviously, healthcare continuing to play a big role on people's minds. The exit polls there had about 57% of people supported replacing all private health insurance with a single government plan for everyone. The other big takeaway there for me looking at the California exit polls was simply the fact that Bernie Sanders seems to have an age issue. Those over 65 years old are not turning a vote for Sanders and overwhelmingly are voting for Joe Biden. Anybody under the age of 65, let alone under the age of 35, overwhelmingly went to Sanders. Dr. Bill, you talked to a lot of older people, I am sure, along the way. Why were older voters, 65 and older, 55 and older, why are they not willing to break from Joe Biden?
Yeah, so that is a terrific question. Here on the left coast, it's kind of, last night was good news, bad news. I mean, the good news is the blue wave continues. If you look at where we were in 2016, certainly it's progress. We lost to Hillary Clinton last time. The progressive movement is progressing, and the left coast seems still to be the epicenter of that blue wave. We wish it was a blue tsunami, but it's not. And so I think the rest of the country has a lot of catching up to do, and that's the California bias. We think, and oftentimes it plays out that we're 10 or 20 years ahead of the rest of the country in that way. But it is progress. The question is whether it'll be enough progress to overcome these existential threats. And we know we have two of them. We have global annihilation, meaning the sixth mass extinction, which far too many people are still in denial about. So maybe people need for it to be worse before they wake up to those effects of climate change. And then a personal existential threat, which is healthcare, because all of us are suffering. There is no plan. There is no private insurance, corporate-driven insurance plan that provides you the protection that Medicare for All will provide. So real freedom is Medicare for All, and we need the rest of the country to catch on to that.
When you say it get worse real quick, I'm curious, would maybe like tornadoes on the same day that you go and vote make it seem worse to you that maybe you shouldn't vote for the corporate Democrat that's talking about going back to the Paris Climate Accord, which has no teeth or no actual viability in addressing major environmental catastrophes? Maybe something like that would wake people up, but accordingly, I hope everybody in Tennessee is okay. I hope everybody's doing okay. My heart is out to you. So please, what is worse at some point here, Javon?
So, one of the interesting questions I think needs to be asked, what's the language that Sanders needs to use? Because, look, I agree with you. I mean, the things that you're talking about from a policy standpoint, I agree. These are policies that would dramatically benefit the elderly. I have a mom, I have an uncle. Many of these people have a sick mom, and they still have to work, despite the fact being in the age of retirement and having a relative that's ill. Between the two people, or between the people in the race, there's one person that is pushing for policies that will dramatically affect those people for whatever reason. He seems incapable of articulating that to the older demographic. Like I said, between 45 and 64, Biden pulls 42%, Sanders pulled 20%, 65 and older, Biden pulled 48%, and Sanders 15%. Despite having better policies for whatever reason, he can't articulate them in a way that the elderly population will grasp. What is his issue in communicating this particular point?
I think there are two fundamental disbeliefs. One is that the older demographic still thinks we can't have nice things, right? So it's like the South. The South thinks that we really can't escape slavery and Jim Crow. I mean, really, seriously, and they're willing to nominate a person who was part of the deporter-in-chief administration, so that the travesty of kids in cages will still exist, as far as I can tell, under Joe Biden. So maybe we need stronger language, like you were saying in your previous segment, to go after Biden, on that issue. But we also have a disbelief of young people, and we still aren't seeing the dramatic turnout that we'd like to see in our youth to turn out to vote, and their disbelief is that their vote matters. They really don't think their vote matters yet. So we still have kind of failed the messaging in both regards to the youth as well as to the older demographic.
Just to point out the vote tally for the youth. In Tennessee, 11% of the youth voters showed up versus 15% in 2016. In Virginia, young voters comprise 13% of the electorate compared to 16% in 2016. I mean, he's winning these groups by massive margins. But again, the numbers weren't there.
Let's go back to our call. We have a caller on the line here. Daniel, you're on the air, Political Misfits. We have quite a few calls, so let's try to keep our questions condensed just so we can get to all of you out there today. But thank you so much for patiently waiting. What's on your mind?
Well, I was going to agree with Tim that because I live in San Antonio, Texas, there's this air of we can't have nice things. But I want to point out the fact that do not let go of Bloomberg. Bloomberg is in the race now. I know he dropped out, but gotta remember, Biden has dementia, and I guarantee he's going to go up to the convention, then back out because he has his health reasons, and you're going to see Bloomberg or somebody else get put in his place. The only reason why Biden is in the race is for Novi Constant to keep Sanders out.
Daniel, thank you for the call. Only one of the four of us on this call right there are doctors, so I'll say allegedly is having cognitive disabilities for Biden, which are pretty clear at this point, but I'm not going to diagnose him with anything. But obviously people are staying closer in the race still because they are you should have general concerns about Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, and I think that's kind of why some people may Elizabeth Warren stay in the race longer, just saying, hey, who knows what happens to these guys?
It's a stressful
every
man.
day, coronavirus, all of that stuff. Yeah. But Stedman, you're on the line here. You also have some comments around Bernie Sanders.
Hey, so Stedman, I called yesterday.
Yes, sir.
From Detroit, talking about the situation with Bernie. And so I think kind of my own, I guess my assessment of the situation is just he still didn't make those changes that you guys talked about earlier. We talked about like voter outreach or black voter outreach. And I mean, this is something he's going to have to try to do now. But he had 4 years to set an infrastructure. I donated money. I donated $2 a month for my wife and myself in 2016. And his lack of a black agenda or any type of specific black like language in any of his policies, and his unwillingness to fight against the Democratic establishment really kind of stopped me from both donating this time around. Because, I mean, I wanted somebody to fight, right? I mean, if you get cheated, you should fight. And so it's like a combination of things that, I don't know. I don't know if he wants to fight. I was going to try to go canvas for him this weekend. And it's just like, how can I tell the people in my community to go vote for Bernie? Who can I point to them to say, hey, he's going to fight for you for this. He's going to make sure you get this. He got cheated. He's getting cheated. He's been getting cheated, been getting attacked. And he hasn't shown a willingness to defend himself. How can I convince my cousins, my nephews, my neighbors, older, and give him a chance? How can I convince them that there's any possibility that he'll actually fight for them?
Yeah, I hear you, Stedman. Thank you so much for calling in, and thank you for engaging in civics. Dr. Bill, you're with Progressive Democrats of America. How much is Sanders getting cheated by the Democratic National Committee at this point, and how much is he just running up against a very entrenched establishment that has the media and a ton of money behind them?
A whole lot. With respect to both, actually. So what you saw, was corporate media and establishment media lined up to crown Bernie Sanders as the front runner, and then Wham, came out with a swift kick with the corporate Democratic establishment come after him, and basically that's what happened with the alignment of Buttigieg, Klobuchar, now Mike. And that was all to be expected. Nobody, it's first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, and now they're fighting us. So the fight is on. It's not over, and we take this now to phone banking all across the country, and we get that magic number for the Democratic convention. But on the other hand, none of us is naive enough to think that that the fight is not going to come at a cost, and that means lost hours of sleeping and worry, and which those of us who are solidly committed to this will continue with. So we just keep it going. We ramp it up even, ramp up the rhetoric when we have to, and we still fight for the cause. It is not just about our presidential nominee. It's also about our platform. It's about having a political party that really expresses the will of the people instead of the corporation, and it's about Congress too. So all of that is in play here, and that's why nobody should feel dejected enough to give up.
No, they shouldn't give up. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of votes still need to be cast. It's just one of those day after demoralizations. Demoralized the day after. We have a few comments. Ray Foley, it's the machine. Why do you think they don't have paper? Check out Kennedy election fraud, Millennia Miley, Judas Priest. Don't you think Bernie could use the prefix as a friend? I like to point out these issues. Trump won't be so kind, then break into the attack. Darren Levy, the big thing for progressives to do is convince Bernie to run independent in the general. Otherwise, Trump will be elected. That's something we mentioned earlier today. Trudy, media attacks on Bernie about Cuba and down ballot hotels are pumping South Carolina. It's what made the difference. Panic attacks scare people.
We have a few callers here. Let's get to before we take our next break. Tim, you're on the line. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, the main point I wanted to make is I think that we on the left really need to understand that the same kind of people who voted for George W. Bush are the same kinds of people on our side that are going to vote for Joe Biden. Like, it's not just about policy. If you don't have a candidate who is likable and at least is showing that they're trying to appeal to a broader audience, you can't win a presidential election. It's just not going to happen. Like Bob had already said, there been people that were in the campaign that told him to make some adjustments, and he just didn't do them. Like, it didn't come off as genuine that he was actually trying to get specifically the southern black vote, which is a more conservative vote. You can't be in South Carolina on stage talking about you want to have marijuana dispensaries all over the country and have black people selling marijuana. That's going to turn off older black voters. Now, voters in Ohio, black voters in California, they might be more responsive to that. But until he actually starts talking to black outlets, it doesn't have to be specifically, I'm doing this black plan, or I'm trying to have a black agenda. Until people actually see him in the community, not Breonna Joy Gray, not Nina Turner, until they start seeing him not only be in the community, but be able to get more people, more black organizers in the ground on his campaign, he's not going to be able to win the Rust Belt, and that's what he has to win this election.
Yep, Tim, thank you so much for the call. We have one more caller here. Vinny, you're on the air.
Hi. Hi, guys. I think Bernie Sanders is having the same problem that Corbyn had in the UK. I'm calling from the UK. So I'm kind of having like a deja vu moment at a minute. When Sanders won the first three, I was screaming inside my head of the idea of the moderate vote, because they kept repeating. One problem I think with progressives is that they think they rely too much on facts, and they've got all facts, and they've got all the evidence and all that stuff, and they just want to like ram it down people's throat.
And that's not enough. Like, arguments aren't won by just a better debate. You know what I mean? There's more to it than just having or winning the point.
Exactly that. And that's one of the problems progressives are having at the moment. They rely too much on facts, and they don't seem to want to control the narrative. It's like when they call out the moderate vote, you just call them out. You say, okay, since they say they've got a moderate vote, let somebody take that position and come and face me. You get what I'm saying? So if Sanders had done that, he would have controlled at the point at which the pressure is on the moderate, because we all knew this was going to happen. We all knew at some point all the moderates were going to like form Voltron and go. So he should have seen that coming, but he should have controlled at the point at which
the pressure was on all of those candidates for him to control the narrative. And problems that progressives have at the moment. Putting the narrative. It's not just about facts and logic and providing evidence and all that.
Yeah, thank you, Vinny, for your call. Those are all great points. Dr. Bill Honigman, you continue to join us there from California. We'll give you a little last word on anything you may have heard there.
Well, I absolutely agree with that last caller, and we present the facts on climate change, on healthcare all the time. In fact, it's 70% of people like Medicare for all. Not 52 or 56%, 70%. So that's a fact, and it's also considered a value that people have. And this is where right and left come together, maybe around that, and create a big tent instead of linear thinking, which is that we all want clean air, clean water. We all want our kids to do better in life. We all want health care for our friends, family, and coworkers. So that's not center right, center left, moderate. That's big tent. That's popular. And so you're absolutely right. That has to be part of the messaging, and that's what we need to do moving forward.
That was Dr. Bill Honigman, the California State Coordinator and co-coordinator of the Healthcare as a Human Right Issue Organizing Team for Progressive Democrats of America. Dr. Bill, where can people go to learn more about Progressive Democrats of America?
That's pdamerica.org. P as in progressive, D as in Democrat, America.org.
Dr. Bill, thank you for joining us. We're going to take a quick break before we have a special guest come join us for this week's Revelation segment, our weekly 1:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time segment. You're listening to Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. We're back after this.
Deshaun, what do you want to talk about today? Well, Bob, that's easy. I want to talk about the need to stop the development of self-driving cars.
Again, Sean, you're driving me nuts. I think the self-driving car thing's already out of the gate.
No. It's never too late. See, now, leading experts in the field, whichever one, leading experts have repeatedly warned us about the dangers of artificial intelligence. Look, I'm telling you, man, we have to stop the robots by any means necessary.
I see what you did there.
Yep.
Tune into our show by any means necessary daily from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Radio Sputnik. And don't forget to call in at 3:20 p.m. to our studio number 202-521-1320.
And if you miss us live, check us out on SputnikNews.com, Spreaker, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Spotify, or on the latest political, social, and economic movements shaping the world around us.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik. It is Wednesday, 1:30. You can hear that particular sound, so you know it's time for Revelations. Now, we're not going to have a UFO segment today. We're not going to have anything that creeps and crawls and comes out of the cupboard. No, we are going to talk about the election. Now, we are happy to be joined by our very own nervous producer, Michelle Whitty. My name is Jamal Thompson. Of course, I'm here with my co-host, Bob Schlahuber. Guys, feel free. We've had a lot of calls today, 202-521-1320. Now, Michelle, you would like to discuss the election. Now, and what we're going to say, the Revelations, has to do with media and its outsized influence in regards to the perspective of human beings.
I can't believe you outed me as nervous.
Excited, brilliant, intelligent.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go with that.
Insightful.
Deep. Stoic.
All this. No, I mean, this is not really a revelation, but it was a point that was really driven home to me last night as I was watching the results roll in, that this is absolutely a victory for corporate media. I remember, I try not to watch, I don't watch a lot of cable news programming, right? But I do keep up with what is on it. And I was at my grandparents' house a couple of months back, and they switched between Fox News and MSNBC, which are equally difficult to tolerate. But MSNBC for the last almost a year has been just nonstop positive coverage for Joe Biden. And last night, I think we saw the impact of that.
There were people pointing out online that also last night was a loss for campaigns in general, and people pointing out that, you know what Joe Biden's ground game was? MSNBC, CNN. I mean, there are studies, in these Times did a study back in November of MSNBC's primetime coverage of the Democratic primary and found that Biden was mentioned twice as often as Warren and 3 times as often as Sanders. He was mentioned on his own about a quarter of those times. I think Sanders was mentioned alone 1% of the time, and Warren 3%, or maybe I mix those up. Whereas, the mentions that Sanders get were much more likely to be negative. Whereas the negative treatment that Biden got, it was about his gaffes and about how they would affect his electability. Yeah, gaff, that's funny, right? Oh, how's old bumbling Uncle Joe going to get out of this one this time? You know what I mean? This is their quote-unquote negative coverage. They're not talking about his war votes. They're not talking about his Social Security flip-flops or any of the rest of this stuff. So it feels like what we witnessed was an absolute collapse of corporate media responsibility, which is not something new. But, last night it was put into really stark. Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that really infuriates me is healthcare, right? On this issue of healthcare, negative coverage of Biden is not asking him why he doesn't want to provide or work to provide healthcare access for all Americans. And also, failing to put this into a corporate context, into a global context, right? What drives me absolutely out of my mind is watching these talking heads and debate moderators line up to grill any candidate who dares tell Americans that they can aspire to more, to line up to grill them about how are you going to pay for it, when they never put our shoddy healthcare system into a global context. Because I can speak as someone who has received healthcare, gotten sick, and gotten treated in many countries around the world. And I would rather get a root canal in any of them than in this country, right? I've broken the bones in my foot. I've gotten dental care. I've gotten emergency treatment for asthma attacks in Kazakhstan, right? Not like Denmark, you know what I mean? Not Norway. We're talking Taiwan, Kazakhstan, Oman. Much rather get sick there because I'm not going to go broke and I am going to go get treated and I'm going to go home to go on to my life. Where, you know what, I can actually have dreams that don't leave me tied to a corporate job or a spouse that has a corporate job because I can't afford to take any risks because I need to pay, $7,000 a year in healthcare premiums. And so, like, the failure of the media to actually show Americans what is possible is something that I feel is utterly shameful.
It is utterly shameful. I mean, there's this notion of we can have big things. It's off the table. I think part of that has to do with basically everybody who's on media is rich. I mean, I can't say everybody, that's hyperbolic, but the overwhelming majority of the talking heads that you see are tens of millions of dollars in general. Their concerns are different than our concerns. I mean, they don't care about healthcare. They can afford their healthcare. They don't care about sending kids to school. They can afford it. So you have all of these millionaires paid by billionaires lining up as if they don't have a political ideology. They clearly do because they don't find value.
And guess what stocks are climbing today? Health insurance stock. So we had just wall-to-wall coverage of there are some of these headlines. Print media, right? Running Sanders against Trump would be an act of insanity. Bernie can't win. Sanders' Trump-like campaign is a disaster for Democrats. A lot of these are headlines in op-eds by Democratic groups.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, we see this reward. Joe Biden didn't have to be knocking on doors, right? He didn't have to have people out there talking about the issues because he had free positive coverage for a year.
No, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, just the one that I think of in 2016, somebody put out all the Washington Post, like, negative ads. It was like 16 and 16.
24 hours or something.
I mean, just constantly. I think it was like the Post had an article of, like, Bernie Sanders would be a horrible president. That was, like, the opinion piece that they're publishing in there. And we saw the erasure. Even somebody like Andrew Yang, too, I mean, just completely cut off the kneecaps, misreporting numbers, not including him in certain polls results or how he was doing thus far. Again, if you don't fit into a certain box that is acceptable for these corporate outlets, and it's not only just their media outlets themselves, it's the executives at all these companies with big dollar donations holding those big dollar fundraisers, and these are the people that like vacation at the Hamptons all together. I mean, these are people that are all together Nobody's ever critical of them because you want to be buddies with them when you reach for the glass of wine and champagne at the Hampton summer. I don't know, is that where rich people go to the Hamptons? I think that sounds, I don't know where rich people go. Yeah, sounds cool, I guess. Yeah. I'm not being invited to it. Yeah. One day. I can dream.
Yeah.
Go Joe Biden. I endorse him right now. Where's my ticket to the Hamptons? Is that how it works?
You're going to get, $50,000 a month working for some energy company?
Bloomberg or something. Right, Hunter Biden. That's only if you're a crackhead, and that's only if you're Joe Biden.
And the stuff is you speak of energy company.
Do that crack thing. if that is what it takes.
If that's what it is.
You say energy company, it just kind of triggers something for me. It's not just at the highest levels too, but it's just how like I think of Pepco, which is the natural gas utility provider here in Washington D.C. Not good for the environment. They're trying to increase rates over the next 3 years. It's percentage wise, and so obviously that's going to hit people that are the poorest. Those small dollar penny increases add up. And what do? They go and are the lead sponsor of the Martin Luther King Jr. Peace Walk and Parade this year in Washington, D.C. So it's not like they're just buying the president. They buy people across the board. They buy little festivals, little social justice events. They buy all this stuff off. And so nobody wants to challenge it. I mean, it's the Bloomberg basic thing, right? Just pay anybody and everybody, nonprofit, philanthropy, politics, and you just start buying people's allegiances. It's quite disgusting. Let's get to some callers after Michelle's comment right here real quick.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm not ready to give up on the power of movements and grassroots organizing or anything else like that. But I think it is time to stop making criticism of the mainstream media a sort of crank issue and really realize what we are up against and start promoting alternative outlets and trying to get people to listen to them. I don't know. You got to try and start reaching people here, but we've got to try and drag this out into the open, I think.
Yeah, Michael, you're on the air here with Political Misfits, Bob Schlaber, Jamal Thomas, and Michelle Whitty. Michael, what's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going? I was just hearing what Michelle was saying and also the previous caller, and I just wanted to add on to that. I think the main issue was that politics really comes down to marketing, and Bernie has misunderstood the best way that he could market himself. For example, the Orange Clown, for all his faults, understood from the very beginning that the establishment wasn't going to just give up and let him take the reins. So he fought, he attacked. He was never on defense. And Bernie has always tried to defend every position, whether it's healthcare, this and that, instead of just attacking back. Where in the debate, it was constantly, every single debate was about how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? All he had to do was, why don't you guys ever ask my colleagues how we are going to pay for trillions of dollars in wars? Why doesn't that ever come up? Well, it's because you guys are all corporate hacks, etc. He was never on the attack, and he never understood that from the beginning he had to market himself just like Donald Trump did, but in the opposite sense that he was the real populist, where he could now point out, now that Trump has been in office for 4 years, that he was fake. That he was a fake populist, whereas he would be the real populist to Donald Trump's.
Yeah, Michael, that's a great point. Thank you for your call.
I think Michael makes a really good point. I think we also have let establishment and media, they've done a really good job of taking some terms and making them dirty words. Populist is one, socialist is one, communist is one, anti-imperialist is one. And I think we've done a pretty good job recently in taking back socialist. But yeah, I mean, you can't defend yourself if you can't call your thing what it is.
Yeah.
And I think we need to not let people take
call it things like racism, white supremacy are also like taboo things to talk about what's happening in this country.
Charged.
Merced, you're on the line here with Political Misfits. What's on your mind?
Political Misfits.
Yes, sir.
Merced Cali. How's it going, JT and all?
Going all right. What's going on, man?
Hey, so I had a couple questions, just three, okay? Does Sanders have, numbers-wise, a path to victory at this point? That's one. Two, what is the way forward once Joe Biden loses to Donald Trump for the movement? And number three, are they going to make you put that little logo underneath your YouTube channel with Redacted tonight?
Not in totality,
Merced,
no.
thank you for the call. Those are all great questions.
All right, so let's go for the third one first. For any show that is going through Sputnik, yes. For my regular channel, no. So it just kind of depends on whether it's a broadcast or whether it's just my regular show. As for the way forward, yes, Sanders does have a path forward. I mean, look, there are like 1,000 or more votes left. So consistent wins at the various
Delegates
states.
left, yeah.
Delegates left, right? So you may have a situation where there's a brokered convention as opposed to somebody just winning outright. But the chances of it winning outright, I think, were always somewhat difficult. But nevertheless, the answer is yes. There's always a path forward, especially with somebody like Joe Biden, who could, soil himself on stage on any random day. As for what happens,
Figuratively or literally?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, he probably has.
Both. Right, I would be shocked.
It's a hot take there. I like it.
As for the way forward after Joe Biden loses, that's interesting. And, look, after Clinton lost, there was this kind of shift. There was this loss of credibility within the context of the Democratic Party. And that loss of credibility, she lost 1,100 seats all throughout the United States, House, Senate, Supreme Court, all of it. And so with that loss of legitimacy, you had a rival campaign that tries to make this claim for, no, the Democratic Party needs to be re-ensouled, this notion that you're going to have or serve two masters, the rich versus the workers and everybody else. That's folly. You're not going to get it both ways. You're going to have dollars or pitchforks. For the longest time, we've only had dollars. So the question becomes, what happens to the Democratic Party if they lose again with Hillary Clinton 2.0 and a dumber version of Hillary Clinton, or let's say a dumb version, because I don't think Hillary Clinton's dumb.
I would let me give my stab real quick at that same question. I appreciate you answering number 3 there, but I would answer number 2 that if you think the way forward is after Joe Biden loses to Donald Trump, I think we're asking the question way too late. I think if Joe Biden's your nominee, and if Joe Biden wins, we as the movement of whatever I think you meant by movement, we need to start talking now. It's like immediately. If it's Biden and Trump, then yeah, immediately. After the convention, if Biden is the nominee, the movement really needs to start organizing and strategizing that. They can't wait until November, January, or whatever, because we're going to be in a lot of trouble when it comes to having political power. And it's also going to mean down ballot people are also going to start getting more favors from Biden, the Bloombergs, the billionaires of the world. And so the whole Senate and Congress will also stay static. I'll say with Sanders, what he can do, I think he needs to, it's about momentum at this point right now. And obviously Joe Biden has the momentum. And this is what I was saying earlier. The best chance for Sanders right now, and I think some things stack up well for him. The next Super Tuesday is Tuesday of next week. It's right around the corner. That is going to include Idaho, Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, Washington, and North Dakota. So he's going to lose Mississippi badly. But this is where it sounds a lot better for him. It's a coin flip basically there in Michigan and Missouri. He lost to Clinton in Missouri by a half a point. He beat Clinton in Michigan by a half a point. So that's good news for him. These are two big states that he's going to have to fight and figure out how to win them outright. But then he also has Idaho, Washington, North Dakota, 3 states he won by a lot the last time around in 2016. So 5 out of those 6 are well in play for him. And then the next day, he has a debate with Joe Biden. So if he can do well next Tuesday, that's March 10th. March 15th is the next debate. So if he does well next Tuesday and then can go to the debate and have kind of a 1-2, capture some of the vote momentum, and then has a good debate performance. Elizabeth Warren knocked Bloomberg on his back and out of this race because of a good debate performance. I could see the same thing happening for Sanders. That's his best bet right now. He's got to shift the momentum more than anything else, and that will come maybe next Tuesday and at that debate after that. Sure.
Well, I had a question for you. Did Warren knock Bloomberg out of the debate, or did Bloomberg come in, do exactly what he was always going to do, and then step out when we all knew he was going to?
No, because if he would have just had a milquetoast, blah, blah, blah kind of debate, Sanders is this, and everybody kind of took cheap shots at him, I already apologized for it. The way in which he cut him open with that opening on the NDAs, then the next day he had to release 3 women from the NDAs. All of the other people started writing articles about the sexual comments that were coming out well before that. And so maybe that would have added up and put pressure on him, but spotlight, national attention, just to embarrass him in front of an audience full of establishment Democrat folks next to people that are also taking money from Bloomberg, just embarrassed the hell out of the guy.
Yeah, that was rough.
No, it was a wonderful debate.
Oh yeah, it was a beautiful attack.
Enjoyed it a whole lot. But just the idea that Bloomberg would stay in the race to take votes away from Joe Biden.
Well, see, I took it as
Bloomberg was in the race to win the race.
I took it as he was in the race to stop Sanders. Now, because if you remember, Bloomberg gave Joe Biden a 4-state running start.
Yeah.
With the notion that if Joe Biden does well, I don't have to get involved. The moment that it looked like Joe Biden couldn't carry the burden and everybody was like, Joe Biden's going to lose, Joe Biden's going to lose, Joe Biden's going to lose, Bloomberg gets in. And Ratner, the person who's backing Bloomberg, came out and said he could be part of the Stop Sanders coalition. They were very clear in regards to why Bloomberg was in the race.
Yeah, and endorsed him today. Scotty, you're on the line here with Political Misfits. Thank you for calling.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Jamal.
What's going on?
For the past few, I've been watching you for the past few years, and I remember talking to you about the ADOS thing. I think it was last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to say, as far as like everybody talking about how Sanders could have reached out better to the black community. I mean, that's partly true, but it's avoiding the elephant in the room, which is the decades-old propaganda that the black communities had to deal with in terms of progressive politics, also being lied to over the years. Because if that were true, Tom Steyer and Elizabeth Warren, they had quote-unquote black agendas, specifically the black people, and they didn't do that very well with the black community. He's actually done well with black younger voters, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, among younger voters, Sanders was winning, 58? Like, it's obscenely high. It's like, so between 18 to 29, Sanders is taking 48, Biden 17. Between 30 to 44, Sanders is taking 41 to 23. And yeah, the issue or the divide seems to be along age.
So let me ask you this then, Scotty. This is from The Nation. Came out here, I think, today from Ellie Mistel from a couple days ago. She writes, black voters didn't vote for Biden in South Carolina because they lack information. Black voters opted for Biden because they have no faith that white voters will do the right thing and vote for a true progressive.
I've heard that too.
What do you think about that?
I've heard that. I've heard that too. But it's just like, and I was going to say this too. Another thing is Obama. Obama has ruined black politics for a very long time. Glenn Ford has said this. When Obama came into office, we even seen things where he talked about a poll where black voters were more supportive of an airstrike, I think, in Syria than white voters were. Now, it was a minority of voters. It was 36%, but that's still...
Yeah, Glenn Ford's point was that basically that wasn't common. Like, African Americans typically were more to the left in regards to, like, foreign policy and war and those type of things for obvious reasons, And when Obama got in office, this identity politics thing where they identified with them, well, it's a black hand that's now firing the drones that are murdering people, so we're okay with that. You know what I mean? That's where Glenn Ford was coming with that. And look, I've even had conversations, I think it was at the Unity thing, they were trying to draft Sanders. This was back in 2015 where they were trying to get him to run third party. And I remember having a really good conversation with a guy that made the argument, the black vote, Sanders saying blacks weren't ready for a black president. Now, his reasoning had to do with the attacks that were on Obama and the inability for African Americans to criticize Obama, like legitimately criticize him. I mean, how do you give 95% of the income to the top 1%? And you call yourself hope and change? You know what I mean? And the inability to criticize him as he was doing those things, because that was understood back in like 2013, 2014. But because of the way Republicans were going after him, it was almost an inability to actually criticize him. I don't buy the argument that blacks weren't ready for a black president. I mean, any situation where you're going to get somebody new and that was going to be kind of trying to feel your way, you have your own perceptions of what the America is and what America would allow you to be as a particular president. So all that's fair. And I even give credibility to this notion that there are a lot of people who thought Joe Biden was the only person who could be sold, meaning who keeps the monsters at bay. Basically, who can we sell to the American public that would allow them to vote for this person as opposed to putting the Republican in office? And look, I've had family members that makes that argument. Like, Joe Biden is the only person. Joe Biden is the only person.
Yep, Scotty, thank you for calling in. Let's get one last caller here on the line. Alex, thank you for calling in. You got about 30 seconds with us.
All right, so I was just going to kind of point at, I guess I get a little frustrated during election season because I pay attention to politics all the time. So I'm just wondering how we do something to bring more people into the fold all the time. There's this, we kind of let them control when we care about politics, when we don't. We see all these fair weather kind of political pundits come out, and people become really passionate, and then it sort of dies away. And I think it kind of speaks to sort of our political education, just focusing so heavily on what politicians have done and not what people do on a regular basis, how they move even people like Richard Nixon to pass progressive legislation when the pressure's there. how do we keep that pressure? And doesn't it make sense for Bernie, if he loses, why stick with the Democrats? Why not build something that's really something socialists actually do, which is organizing people outside of bourgeois elections, which, he's more of a social democrat. So I just really, how do we focus this kind of energy that pops up during elections into something more meaningful and more lasting?
Yeah, Alex, that's a great point. Thank you for calling in.
If you do things that get people energized because of it's benefiting their material needs, those people will back you. Now, the catch here is you've had 40, 50 years, but that wasn't the case. That candidates just took cash, they nibble around the edges, and you had a lot of people who were disenchanted with the political spectrum because, and again, I've talked to many of these people, it doesn't matter who I support. It doesn't matter who I vote for because nothing really changes. It means, there's this kind of deterioration in people's perception of what can be done in the political space.
Yeah, I think it comes down to organizing all year, every day, no matter when the election season is. Another good way to stay educated. Listen to Political Misfits every day from 12 to 2 o'clock. And a lot of it, we talked about it yesterday, the lack of arts education is paired with the lack of civic education in young elementary, grade school, and all of that. And that's really despairing to me. Well, that was a full show, to say the least. We're going to talk tomorrow. I want to talk more about whether or not Tulsi Gabbard will be let in the next March 15th debate. When they rewrote the rules the last time, they said anybody with a delegate would be allowed in the debate. Will Tulsi Gabbard be in the March 15th debate?
That's
and other questions we'll get to tomorrow. Thank you for calling in, Teresa Lundy, Ashton P. Woods, and Bill Honeyman.
There are a few comments that I want to get to. We have like 20 seconds. Sharpshooter, Super Tuesday. I'm still rooting for Bernie Sanders. Sending love for Germany. Darren, Obama is doing a Blair. And Aisha, good job, Michelle.
Thank you. Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. We'll see you tomorrow. Now get back to organizing.
Listening to Radio Sputnik, telling the untold.
And now we're getting this because Bernie's doing well. So basically, what the piece says is that it wants us to do a ranked choice system, right? Because what it's saying is, and here's the quote. It says, what this system is not great at is choosing among the many candidates who clear the bar for nomination, or bringing their different ideological factions together, or reconciling competing priorities. And what they're basically saying here is, right now we have a situation where there are a whole bunch of, like, quote-unquote centrist candidates, and they just haven't done a good job of consolidating all those factions together to beat back basically Bernie Sanders. I mean, that's the subtext of this whole thing.
Yeah.
I hate to make this show about that all the time, but basically all this is saying is that this system is producing a bad result because we're getting people voting for this person when we want them to vote for another person.
Right, when we don't like him.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, it's funny because I think a lot of people who are progressive like ranked choice voting.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that the person who wrote this doesn't really care about ranked choice voting. They just care about finding something that will make Sanders not do well.
Right.
Chance the Rapper likes ranked choice voting, by the way.
No, I like ranked choice voting. I mean, I like it in a parliamentary system, though, because that's the whole idea is to get a proportional representation in government. This is not what you'd be doing. The whole idea here is that and here's the way they put it. The point is to build a way for party elites to understand what their base is thinking and to allow them to bargain so that these different preferences and priorities can be balanced, right? And the elites know what the voters are thinking. They can tell by who they're voting for.
Yeah,
they just don't want to support that person.
That's why they're writing this piece.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's funny. I clicked on the article, and of course, it was like paywalled,
which is ironic.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, this is. I mean, I actually appreciate it. I appreciate how much they're just wearing their hearts on their sleeves or putting their cards on the table. They're just like, we need more concentration of power.
Right. So this all started in 2016. The Brookings Institute did a piece.
They're liberal, the liberal think tank.
Yeah, kind of.
Right. Well, they characterize themselves that way.
Characterize themselves that way, but everybody was doing this back then. And their article was, "Is too much democracy responsible for the rise of Trump?" And then later on in November, we had the Wall Street Journal doing an amazing editorial, which said it was entitled "It's Time to Bring Back the Smoke-Filled Room." So they're being open about this. They want to go back to the days when people decide, when there's a group of deciders instead of voters.
They should have a poll tax again.
You think?
Maybe. I mean, these people should suggest that. And then there's that Atlantic headline.
Yeah, is too much democracy is bad for democracy. I mean, there was a ton of this. Andrew Sullivan did a piece, which was actually kind of interesting. But
Fareed Zakaria is an interesting character. I think sometimes he makes pretty good points, and I think other times he makes terrible points. Well, here he is doing a segment on Bernie Sanders, and he's talking about, how Bernie references Scandinavian social democracies, and he's going to try to pick apart that argument and go, aha, here's why that's a bad idea and why you shouldn't want a system like that. So let's watch, and then I'll explain the multiple reasons I think that this attack is pretty sloppy and also unfair.
I want to talk about Bernie Sanders, who is still, despite South Carolina, the odds-on favorite to win the Democratic nomination. Sanders says that his proposals are not radical at all, pointing again and again to countries in Northern Europe, such as Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, as examples of the kind of economic system he wants to bring to America. But is he right about these countries? Take billionaires. Sanders has been very clear on the topic. Billionaires should not exist, he says. But Sweden and Norway both have more billionaires per capita than the United States. Moreover, inheritance taxes in Sweden and Norway are 0, and in Denmark just 15%. America's estate tax is 40%. By the way, all the data I'm going to cite here come from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation or the OECD. Sanders' vision of Scandinavian countries seems to be stuck in the 1960s and 70s, a period when those countries were indeed pioneers in creating a social market economy. In Sweden, government spending as a percentage of GDP doubled from the 1960s to the 1980s. But as the Swedish commentator Johan Norberg points out, this experiment in Sanders-style democratic socialism tanked the Swedish economy. Between 1960 and 1995, he notes, Sweden did not create a single net new job in the private sector. In 1991, a free market Prime Minister, Carl Bildt, initiated a series of reforms to kickstart the economy. By the mid-2000s, Sweden had cut the size of its government by a third and emerged from its long economic cycle. Versions of this problem and these market reforms took place all over Europe, leading one to more less secure economy, providing less labor rights, with a strong and generous
So if I tell you right now, you're paying a $12,000 private tax to the for-profit health insurance companies, you're paying premiums, deductibles, copays, and all that stuff. I'm going to get rid of that $12,000 you have to pay every year, and now it's going to be $7,000 you pay every year in public taxes. So I'm raising your public taxes $7,000. I'm eliminating the $12,000 in private taxes. Are you going to take that deal if everything's covered? Your answer is absolutely. So for him to phrase
endorsed Biden following his South Carolina win, including former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, President Obama's National Security Advisor, Susan Rice, and former presidential challenger Beto O'Rourke. As the race heats up, billionaire former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg has vowed to
He has a big job. Talked to Pete earlier today and Amy just a little while ago, and I wish them all the best. I thought both of them behaved themselves, as nice as a phrase it, but they represented their country and their states very well. And I'm sorry for them, but I'm in it to win it.
This will be Bloomberg's first time on the ballot, and while he has not won a single race, he does lead his challengers in one key sense: campaign spending. He recently crossed the $500 million mark in ad spending alone, more than 10 times that of any of his Democratic rivals. Bloomberg's presidential campaign purchased primetime ads so he could address the nation about the threat of coronavirus.
I know this has been a very worrisome week for many Americans. The coronavirus is spreading in the economy. Because of uncertainty. At times like this, it's the job of the president to reassure the public that he or she is taking all the necessary steps to protect the health and well-being of every citizen.
Since Bloomberg entered the race exactly 100 days before Super Tuesday, he's campaigned in all 14 Super Tuesday states and focused on states rarely visited by Democrats in primary fights. Tennessee. Also on the campaign trail, of course, is Democratic presidential candidate Senator Bernie Sanders, who remains the frontrunner. At a campaign rally in St. Paul, Minnesota, he told supporters of his former rivals Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg that the door is open. Come in.
Whether you are conservative, whether you're progressive, whether you're Republican, independent, or Democrat, you understand that the president, somebody who is a pathological liar. Conservatives who understand that. You cannot continue having somebody who is running a corrupt administration. You cannot continue to have somebody who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States, who is undermining American democracy and thinks that he is above the law. Well, in November, we're going to remind Donald Trump what democracy is about, because we're going to throw him out of office. Trump is not just a liar, he's a fraud. And let me tell you something. The establishment is getting very, very nervous.
That was Senator Sanders speaking in Utah. He was also in Minnesota yesterday. For more, we hosted a debate today on the Democratic presidential rivals, Senator Bernie Sanders and billionaire former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. We're joined by two guests. Dr. Cornel West is professor of the practice of public philosophy at Harvard University. He's endorsed Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary and is his surrogate. He's written numerous books, most recently The Radical King, Martin Luther King Jr. His other books include Race Matters, which celebrated the 25th anniversary of the publication of this work with a new release. He's joining us from Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And with us in Washington, D.C. is Congressmember Bobby Rush of Illinois. He's national co-chair of the Mike Bloomberg 2020 presidential campaign. Congressmember Rush has served in office for more than 2 decades, since 1992. He got his start as a civil rights activist in the 60s. His background includes being both the co-founder of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panthers and the only member of the Democratic Party to have defeated Barack Obama in an election that was in the 2000 Democratic congressional primary.
race. I believe even if Elizabeth Warren drops out, that a significant portion of her support actually doesn't go to Bernie anyway. So I know that this is being seen as sort of the last stand for Bernie. Will Warren drop out so that Bernie will gain her support? I think even with an endorsement of Bernie and Warren dropping out, I still think probably anywhere from 20 to 40% of her support goes to Biden anyway. And Bloomberg at this point dropping out and endorsing Biden, I tell you guys, you know, in the time it took us to film today's show, I've gone from getting to know about Bernie, but now as we've seen Bloomberg drop and all these other things happen, I believe that this is the solution to get for Bernie Sanders. He got it for the rest of the primaries for sure, but that's where I am right now. I want to be wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. Get in touch. I can still see the numbers, and we'll certainly talk about this more on the show. I will join you as well to talk about crazy Christmas all over California, like special elections, and primary, and so much more. Grab a membership at joinpatrick.com.
Neither are the Democrats. So that's why you have a one-party state, which is what we're really living in. And it's all run by the same donor. So here, let's give you the rundown. So here we are, Super Tuesday primary results by state. Now, they thought that Bernie Sanders was going to run away with Super Tuesday before the establishment coalesced. He was predicted to win 8 states. He won 4. I think he lost. Did he lose Maine? Where's Maine? Is it in yet?
Yeah, I think they called.
He lost Maine, which was supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
So Biden wins Alabama, Arkansas, Maine. There it is, right?
Yeah.
Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas. Texas, of course, C1 Texas. They closed all the polling places in the poor neighborhoods. Did they not do that?
People were waiting for 7
hours.
7 hours, yeah. Like
and again,
I just want to tell you one quick
you're the
fact,
Bernie
Jimmy.
Sanders campaign. You don't know that they're going to do that in Texas. You don't have a ground game to make sure that they can't do that. And when they start closing polling places, you don't immediately send out emails or whatever alerts to your media people to highlight what's going on, so everybody knows that they're cheating you again. They're not doing that.
Well, they fought it here in California, but it still wasn't enough. Well, they fought it to a bit, and they got some of them open till 10, but it still wasn't enough. And then eventually, they were just like, "We're closing."
I mean, how do you let this happen? Where they just get to close polling places before the election. They do it every time, and you guys don't have a response. I don't know what the response should be. I'm a fucking comedian. This is what you guys do for a living. You have almost unlimited resources. You're the biggest fundraiser. Anyway, okay. So, again... All right, so here,
Can I just add one more detail that it's according to HuffPost, it's called Texas officials have already rigged the 2020 election Super Tuesday, and they highlight how between 2012 and 2018 that in Texas over 542 polling sites over that span had been closed.
And so how is that okay? And how does the Sanders campaign not make that a major issue? Again, it's just maddening. This is maddening. They're cheating him right out in the open again. And if Bernie had been doing what we had been urging, again, they're never going to do this. We told the left, stop doing Russiagate. They're going to use it against you. They're doing it. The left still doesn't give a fuck. Stop trying to... Anyway.
Well, you want to talk about collusion? Let's talk about collusion.
Yeah.
Here's some collusion that happened. The DNC, the Buttigieg campaign, the Klobuchar campaign, the Biden campaign, and Beto O'Rourke all got together to collude against Bernie Sanders. Oh, and Liz Warren, by the way.
That's
and
right.
Liz Warren.
And Liz Warren.
And Mike Bloomberg. I mean, they're all in. Mike Bloomberg's the establishment, quote, outsider. We'll see if he catches. And if he doesn't, all the momentum's going to Biden. And we need Liz Warren in the fold to take votes away from Bernie. It's collusion. If you want to talk about collusion, that's collusion.
Well, I thought it was the Russians, Ron, that was the ones messing with our election. Now, we're not supposed to be afraid of Russia? Well, so here is the California primary. Now, this is the latest we could give you. So Bernie's going to win it. with 33%. So, but only 80. This is 90% precincts reporting. Bernie should actually pick up some more delegates. This is what they're talking about, the exit polling from Massachusetts. Sanders had 30%, Biden 28%. So, and then what happened in Texas? So, some people are saying that this is in the margin of error, so this isn't a real thing. Well, it's still early, so I guess people will, we'll do some more investigation, and we'll bring you that when it comes. But do you remember when we told Bernie Sanders what he should be doing? Well, Tulsi Gabbard is doing that. And what that is that he should have been running full blast against the goddamn establishment. Yes. Hey, let me ask you a question, Bernie, and Bernie's advisors. How did that unity tour work out for you? How did that unity tour work out for you? Why did you go on a unity tour with the Democratic Party? Did you think that there was ever amount of ass kissing to the establishment and the DNC that was going to make them let you fucking be president if you won the votes? Did you ever think that? Yes, I guess so. Why else would you go on a fucking unity tour? So this is Bernie's fatal flaw. This is, Bernie's, people say, well, you got to have an inside and an outside game, and Bernie's the inside game. Well, I guess the way the gears work for Bernie is that they're just doomed to lose because he won't fight the way he's supposed to. If he had been calling out the Democratic Party shenanigans from the beginning, and he's going to say, you watch, they're all going to come together to cheat me. They're all going to, how they're going to do it this time, I don't know exactly how, but you watch, they're going to do it, and they're going to do it in collusion with the media. They're going to do it in collusion with the DNC. They're going to do it in collusion with the billionaire class. And if he would have said that from the beginning, and when they booed him at the debate, he would have said, this is your donor class booing me, and I don't want their money. That's why they're booing me. If he would have set that up, now when this happens, everybody would be like, oh, he's right. This is it. They're doing it. But since he can't running around talking about how he's good friends with Tom Perez and he's good friends with fucking Hillary Clinton and he's good friends with Joe Biden, how everybody's his buddy in the Democratic Party instead of the problem, which is what the Democratic Party is. If he would have been doing that, now when this happens, everyone in the country or a lot more people would be like, oh my God, it's happening just like he said it would happen. They are screwing the guy who represents workers and doesn't take corporate money. How you could be losing to a guy who takes all the corporate money in the world in an anti-establishment era that elected Donald Trump because they thought he wasn't bought is a bad strategy. Why you are losing to Joe Biden is because of bad strategy. Here it is. And again, we're 100, and I just want to say to all those, and I've been saying this for a while, Joe Biden, he's got to stop saying Joe Biden is his friend. This is horrible strategy. He's got to take the gloves off, and he's got to go right at these guys. And when I did that, a bunch of bad faith actors on the quote-unquote left attacked me, saying I was attacking Bernie Sanders. And now you know those guys are fucking dick-riding, full of shit motherfuckers who don't know their asshole from a hole in the ground, because now everybody today is now saying what the Jimmy Dore show has been saying since the start of this fucking campaign, that Bernie's got to take the goddamn gloves off, and enough with this my friend Joe fucking Biden shit. And he's got to call out the establishment Democratic Party constantly because that's what this is. And he's got to talk about their collusion with the establishment corporate media. And every time he opens his mouth, he should talk about that, about how he doesn't take their money and Joe Biden does. He's not doing it. Just so you know, Bernie's not doing it. They didn't run one negative ad on Joe Biden in any of these fucking Super Tuesday states. Now that is political malfeasance. His advisors are committing malpractice. I know some of them. They're nice people. They don't have whatever it takes. It ain't happening. Because this is the shittiest strategy. Bernie should be wiping the floor with a piece of shit like Joe Biden. Joe Biden can't even speak a sentence. And so it's good to see the rest of the left finally coming around to realizing that you can't play footsies with the establishment because they're going to crush you anyway. And all those fucking bad faith actors who came at me and used me, rode my dick for clicks and likes on Twitter, well, now everybody sees who the fuck you really are. Okay, so Guess what? Bernie Sanders not stopping. This is from the LA Times. Sanders took a fresh aim at Biden for accepting campaign contributions from billionaires and corporate interests, but he said he did not want the contest between them to get into mudslinging.
That's not mudslinging, though. That's not mudslinging. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they say, oh, well, we don't want this to be about personal attacks. It's not personal attacks to play something that Joe Biden said about the crime bill and how proud of it he was, and then play the fact that you were against all that. That's not a personal attack. That's a fact. That's a strategic disagreement that they had back in 1994 that's still relevant today. That's not a personal attack. And playing that video would be very smart by the campaign.
Agreed. I like Joe. Bernie's still saying this today. Still saying this today, Ron. I like Joe. Joe is a decent guy. Joe Biden is not a decent guy. Joe Biden is an enemy of the fucking people, and he always has been. Talk about the bankruptcy bill. Talk about his Iraq war vote. How decent do you have to be to go along with the Iraq war? I like Joe. Joe is a decent guy, and I do not want this campaign to degenerate into Trump-type epic where we are attacking each other. Again, not attacking. This is a goddamn campaign, Bernie. I don't know if you know. I know you've won campaigns, and I've never won a campaign. So I'm sure you know better than me how to win a campaign, and you know this is a way to lose one, right? This is how you lose a campaign. Right now, you're losing to Joe Biden. Think about that. You are losing to a guy who can't complete a fucking full sentence. Why don't you start with that? I like Joe. It's too bad he can't complete a full sentence. Why don't you just say it? Obviously, Joe's having early onset dementia. Have you seen him try to speak? Why wouldn't you say that? What do you got to lose? He's beating you. Joe Biden is fucking beating you.
And Joe Biden doesn't have any policies that are going to help the people.
Not one
so when
thing.
He goes on to say
He's
he has
your
ideas.
Fucking friend.
Right.
He goes on to say that is the last thing this country wants. Joe has his ideas. He doesn't have any ideas. What the fuck is this? His record, his vision for the future, and I have mine. But a senior Biden aide took umbrage at the new negative ad Sanders is airing, saying they were reminiscent of the kinds of attacks he lobbed at his unsuccessful 2016 primary fight against Hillary Clinton, which some Democrats believe left wounds that contributed to Trump's victory.
Who the flip cares?
What the fuck? You're not allowed.
You mean talking about someone's history?
Yes.
Talking about their voting history? Talking about their policies?
Running a campaign. That's what they mean. You can't run a campaign.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden can, and everybody else in the world can say anything they want about Bernie, like that maybe they'll execute him in the park, or maybe that he's a secret Russian, or that he's going to lose every down ballot race, we're going to lose the House, the Senate, and everything is going to be fucked for decades because of Bernie Sanders might run for president.
If Joe Biden got a dime every time he brought up the fact that Bernie only has a D- from the NRA and not an F,
right?
And if he got a dime for every time he just lied about the numbers on Medicare for All, he wouldn't even need to take corporate money. He'd be set on his own if he got a dime for every time he did that. That's the only talking point he actually gets straight.
We've seen what kind of campaign Bernie Sanders runs, and we saw the impact it had in 2016. Kate Bennington, Biden's campaign manager deputy campaign manager said in a conference call with reporters. So let me just, again, I'll give a little bit of advice to the Sanders campaign they're not going to take. They're going to say this about you whether you campaign against Joe Biden or not. No matter what you say about Joe Biden, you can say Joe Biden should be the winner, and they're going to say, why are you attacking him? You could go out and say Joe Biden's the greatest guy in the world. They're going to say, why are you being so divisive? Just like they're going to call you a socialist, just like they called Obama a socialist, and Clinton a socialist, and Dukakis a socialist, and Mondale a socialist, and Carter a socialist. They're going to call you a socialist, so you might as well just do what's fucking right anyway. They're going to say you're attacking Joe Biden, so you might as well fucking attack him. Stop calling him your friend, you fucking knuckleheads. Honest to God, I don't want to make it personal about Bernie's advisors. They're great on policy. They're great on policy. They are shit strategists. They've been shit strategists from the beginning. They throw everybody who's their loudest supporter fucking under a bus at the drop of a hat. They show no fucking leadership in that regard. They show no loyalty. They lose support when they throw somebody under the bus because people like people who show loyalty and strength. And again, this is weak. You keep complimenting Joe for being a decent guy. That is bad strategy. That is fucking weak. And it's nice to see the rest of the left finally coming around to that point of view, a point of view we've had at the Jimmy Dore Show since the beginning of this campaign.
I like how they say we saw the impact the campaign had in 2016. What, you mean a bunch of people woke up?
Yeah.
A bunch of people were like, hey, yeah, this is the future we need. It started a movement. That's a negative impact according to the Biden campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, a bunch of people wanted something better from their politics.
And I have to say, this whole mythology that Bernie Sanders attacks, or Bernie Sanders is somehow mean, has a mean-spirited kind of campaign.
Who was the guy who said Hillary?
I don't buy it.
Yeah, Hillary, I'm tired of hearing about your damn emails. That was Bernie that did that. He kept it on policy.
How much of a gentleman was he on that debate stage every time he met with Hillary Clinton? It was amazing. So, I think that people, when you read this article, something like this in the LA Times, I think the people who want to believe this bullshit will believe the bullshit. I think the people who have critical thinking skills look at this and are skeptical. And so why is Biden so rivaled by Bernie? Because Bernie's right on the policies and Biden is flawed, deeply flawed, and he's not there. He is completely not together. And it will be a humiliation if the Democrats put him on stage against Donald Trump. That's a humiliation, and that is going to help devolve our country. This is awful. I still don't understand Minnesota. I don't accept what happened in Texas at all. I have suspicions about that. And
people were in line in Texas 3 hours after the polls had closed.
Yes.
People were still in line in Texas 3 hours. That's how you suppress the vote.
Yes.
That's how you suppress the vote.
And suppressing the vote is going to favor the power structure.
Everybody, the next live Jimmy Dore show is May 1st in Minneapolis, and then we're going to Chicago. Go to JimmyDoreComedy.com for a link for all the tickets to all our live shows, and become a premium member at JimmyDoreComedy.com/join. We give you hours of bonus material every week. Thanks for your support.
This is Democracy Now!, DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 2 out of 7. That's the number of Democratic candidates in last night's debate who were billionaires. Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer were at either end of the debate stage in Charleston, South Carolina, with frontrunner Bernie Sanders front and center, facing a barrage of criticism from his challengers. He was flanked by former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Amy Klobuchar, and former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg, who all tried to appeal to African-American and moderate voters in a battleground state. This is moderator Nora O'Donnell questioning Bernie Sanders during the debate, which was sponsored by CBS and the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. Senator Sanders, we haven't had a national unemployment rate this low for this long in 50 years. Here in South Carolina, the unemployment rate is even lower. How will you convince voters that a Democratic socialist can do better than President Trump with the economy?
Well, you're right. The economy is doing really great for people like Mr. Bloomberg and other billionaires.
Hey guys, just doing a quick stream here. I'm in LA doing this event tonight for the Nomiki show with Ilona Mikovsky, Nando Vila, other great folks. I just wanted to sort of give you some of my thoughts before we go into we're voting today, obviously. There's been a lot of activity the last couple of days. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. Yo, Nomiki. And, well, thank you. And definitely go to patreon.com/TMBS, patreon.com/TMBS. Supporting independent media is a absolute must. There's still some tickets left tonight. I'll tweet it out again soon. And that will be where you can get the information to go to the show tonight. Hey, everybody. I know we're waiting on Grandpa Bernie, but I'm pretty tight time-wise, so I wanted to go and just check in with everybody a little bit. I'm still in Los Angeles, but I'm going to be heading back to New York pretty soon, because tomorrow, of course, I'll be hosting the Majority Report, and just wanted to check in with everybody. As always, click subscribe, click the bell so you get the notifications, and it's very important, and I'll talk about it a bit more, to go to patreon.com/TMBS, become a patron of the Michael Brooks Show. This is going to be a very, very long project, which we already do, and I am really confident and optimistic about our role in it. So please do go and become a patron at patreon.com/TMBS. Come see us April 3rd, Texas at the North Door. Anna Kasparian and Martin. Come see us in Boston in June. There's all different ways you get that information. So guys, I just want to make a couple of comments here. I'll flesh them out over the show in the coming weeks. First of all, yes, of course, Bernie's still in the game. Of course, things can still happen. He actually had a very strong last night. He won California, which was by far the most significant state. He won Colorado. Michigan is obviously going to be a bigger test, but it's head-to-head. It's a two-person race, and it's a winnable race, and it's a doable race. Bernie has unlimited, massive amounts of energy and resources, and I think they are starting to go on the attack, and I think they're attacking in very smart ways, which is really effective. Joe Biden wants to cut Medicare and Social Security. When Joe Biden talks about working with Republicans, he means that he will partner with them to cut the social safety net. It might not be as visceral for people because it hasn't happened yet, but it is definitely something. Keep up the good work. We can do it. Left is best, and good will prevail. Bless. So that's the strategy. You did great last night with Omiki. Thank you. Forget it. It's Chinatown. I mean, look, I get that attitude. I understand. I understand why people feel totally dispirited and depressed. And I want to say that, look, every time you take a loss, you have to think that this is, in fact, in reality, it's a much larger project. It's a much larger project. Now, I'm going to say at the same time as there's no doubt that the most important thing that can happen right now is elect Bernie Sanders president. There's nothing as important as that. And even if it doesn't work out, we shouldn't be telling ourselves fantasies about like, oh, we organized, we tried to do this and that. This is historical, and it's unparalleled importance, which is why even though there's a very small chance now, we still need to fight with everything we have. However,
Totally in the dark. That's what it can feel like sitting in the waiting room at other oil change places. But at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we let you stay in the car so you get to see everything we're...
what does that mean? It's Chinatown. Like, okay, yes, it's terrible. Absolutely. We're up against huge odds. If we have a Marxist understanding, we know that there's huge ideological and hegemonic conformity globally. There's an unparalleled concentration of power in the ruling class. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. Keep fighting. Absolutely. And what you're going to see as TMBS continues to grow out, and we continue to grow our community and our membership, and we're going to work, one of the reasons we need to get to 6,000 patrons is getting our own space, and thank you, Britt, generating more activities, is that, and I'm going to be really blunt and honest
honest about this. There's a lot of problems in the left. This is a left that has done so much, but is still not fit for purpose for power and winning. And that's a really, 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 really big problem. You know, you have the vampire castle, and you have a dynamic where, of course, Bernie needed to enlarge his coalition from 2016. Absolutely. But he also needed to do it in such a way that he didn't lose rural and older voters. Now, some people just chalk it up to the only reason that these rural and older voters voted for him in 2016 is because they hate Hillary Clinton. Maybe some of them, but that's also overstated. This is still, at the end of the day, a Democratic primary. And the truth of the matter is, as Zai Jelani pointed out, there's some troubling parallels between Corbyn and Sanders, which is that they had, there was significant gains in a cycle where they had a few very specific big picture promises, and then they kind of came back in second rounds where they expanded and expanded and expanded to satisfy lots of different people. And so what you have this kind of interesting dynamic where it's a good thing is that Biden has to speak more totally. And this is something for the left to really learn, right? So a couple of things. One was, obviously, I've already said, what I think of Warren. I know some people are still very emotionally attached to another narrative. I know that, probably not folks that are watching, but look, out of the gate, that needed to be differentiated and there needs to be clarity about it. And Sanders' campaign needed, and we all needed to not, play this kind of pretend fantasy game about them being on the same side. They're different. They have a different policy set. They have different arguments. And one was going to emerge or not, and the other one would just be a drag. And we all know that, there's no doubt that if the shoe was on the other foot and Bernie was losing and losing, or he got in and Warren had a movement behind her, everybody would, call Bernie a spoiler and a wrecker and so on, and that wouldn't be controversial at all. So we need to be able to have, somewhat reality-based conversations about these things. But that's already kind of, that's done. It is what it is. It played that effect in the election, and the only lesson that I want people to have from it is being more savvy, strategic, and serious about understanding power and how things actually work moving forward. Then there was also the thing with Biden was, again, people on the left, we all understand all the reasons. Biden has a terrible record in Social Security. Please invite the left wing's host on the show. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you, Adam. And we all knew the reasons that we didn't like Biden, but they didn't track with normal voters. And some of the things that were really emphasized, I think things that really need to be emphasized with Biden and needed to never be let up on was the electability issues, Social Security, Medicare, big, broad-based buy-in issues. And people on the left, because we understood so badly how bad Biden was, but I was warning for a while. I was like, guys, do not underestimate his appeal for people outside of this bubble. Can we stop for a moment and appreciate the polls about socialism versus capitalism? Yeah, that's great. And some headway's happening. That's awesome. But beyond that, if we look at this dynamic, and people came in and they said, we need to expand the coalition. And the part of it that was brilliant was this unbelievably amazing grassroots organizing, obviously particularly in Hispanic communities, in California and Nevada and so on. That's really important. Having a more, a broader-based leadership set and bringing in different voices. The Sanders campaign needed to do that. They did do that. But then there was this whole other thing where having a broader coalition got confused with a bunch of silly woke posturing and competing on Twitter and social media with Warren for woke points and online points. And then, of course, what ended up happening, as always, is that a vast majority of the electorate doesn't care about that stuff. They're not bought into that verbiage. They either are alienated by it, or they have substantive disagreements with it, or they just don't understand it and don't care. And then, of course, the whole time, Mr. Biden just comes along and crushes it with a lot of voters of color, which, again, if you had any kind of actual understanding of the electorate, that wouldn't be a surprise. As we always know, the African-American electorate is a diverse electorate. There's multiple geographies, classes, political interests, and so on. And there was no reason to think, and it might have been not doable at all, for someone like Sanders to cut into, Biden in South Carolina as an example. But the way to do that would obviously not be like woke posturing and that type of thing. So, look, I think that, there is a tendency, on the left, that I'm going to have to get more clear about, to really value sort of subculture stuff. Sometimes very important and ahead of the curve. Other times I actually think just sort of toxic and delusional. And other times just a cultural preference of a different, different socioeconomic groups and different people with different relationships to college education and so on. And substituting that for an actual serious strategic approach to actually winning and building out. And that's a really serious problem. After watching Mike Brooks' video, I guess I should describe and get them all. Why wouldn't I? I don't want to be foolish. Well, Phil, you got it. Maybe I'll change that outro at some point. I think, and I know, a big part of the mission of this show is the strategic and material understanding that goes up against the vampire castle and the various delusions of, the neoliberal woke and posture politics and all of that. And then also, introducing some conversation of, for lack of a better word, spirituality that really does interface with us kind of growing our empathy, growing our capacity to think strategically, to get engaged with a much, much broader group of people in a way that's appealing and dynamic and not moralistic, not scolding, and not cultish. And this stuff really matters because a lot of these discourses are getting filtered through and distorting the strategic vision and leadership, which is how this stuff gets translated to the broader electorate. What do you mean? Thank you, and you do awesome work. How does Biden appeal to anyone? I feel like it's hard to convince people to change. I don't understand what the fuck their mindset is in the first place. Well, he appeals to, look, one is a huge part of the electorate that's showing up to vote is the 2018 electorate, and they just want to return to norms. So he's the perfect candidate to appeal to that. A lot of other people just think he's a nice guy and an engaging person and a likable person, and they're not in, this head trip. So if you go and you say Biden's a fucking da-da-da-da-da, they don't resonate with that. You have to explain very carefully and methodically why what they want and are drawn to, Biden cannot deliver. The difference between a campaign and a movement is that we'll fight through November and beyond. I've made incredible progress thanks to you all. There's no doubt. Look, the left is emerging, and it's going to continue. We have no choice but to continue. That's why we need to build out this real independent media. That's why we need to figure out at long last the most important thing is to have a serious trade unionist movement. And also the work we need to do in our spaces and platforms is having real actual analysis of what is failing and what needs to be done better. So I think even with the Biden mindset, I tried to do this, but just saying from the beginning, no, of course, look, a lot of people find him to be personally likable, and a lot of people are very comfortable with the idea of what he's putting forward, and that he represents a return to quote unquote normalcy, and particularly an electorate of older folks. That is going to be very appealing. A new truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather by becoming, because its opponents eventually die and the new generation grows up that it's familiar with. There's some truth to that, although, there could be a lot of other, again, don't hinge your hopes on generation. We have real work to do. Bernie needs to pick Tammy Baldwin or Nina Turner now. He needs to crush the Midwest. Baldwin knows how to win, survive Wisconsin. I think that would be a great idea. Hello from Sweden. May all your wishes come true. Thank you so much. So we need to figure out that fusion of Machiavelli and of spirituality, just in our little subcultures, sort of outdoing each other and policing each other and all this stuff, and really starting to think, what is it that this world, needs, and how is it that we actually appeal to people in a way that's immediate and translatable to them? Congrats to Shahid on getting the general for his district. That's great. So that's really important. Those are going to be themes that we're going to explore on this show. It's going to get much more, even more historical. Bernie's screwed by not taking gloves off. I agree. He should have. Hopefully it helps that Chris Matthews is out. I agree, Bernie. Look, the whole mindset of performative wokeness will be the end of us. Yes, it needs to go. All of that bullshit really needs to go. And because it just manifests in so many ways that are just so destructive and stupid and unhelpful. We need to really think. I love your stuff, Mike. There's still several states left and can't give up left and best. That's also totally true. I love that Bernie's putting out attack ads. I love that he's taking the gloves off. It should have been that way from the beginning on Biden and Warren, without question. We need to be quite strategic and serious. This show will get, as I say, met a fellow TMBS fan in my journalism class the other day. Thanks for all you do and being a strong leader in rationality and empathy. That means a ton that you would share that. Thank you so much. So please go become a patron, patreon.com/TMBS. As I say,
911, what is your emergency? I'm in Prospect Park right now, by the playground. There's a man here. He just pulled out a gun. Okay, ma'am, we're sending someone right away. You ready to go to the park?
7-8 Eddie on the air.
Eddie, go Central.
10-10, respond to male with firearm near Prospect Park Playground. I'm heading west towards park entrance. Check and advise.
10-4 Central. I'm on my way.
What chance do crime and corruption have when technology unites the forces of good? Citizen, now operating in New York City.
Going into Super Tuesday, the Democratic field had been narrowed down to 4 main candidates, which is a long way from the original 6,000. And as the dust began to settle, it became clear there were 2 winners and 2 losers. Elizabeth Warren, one of the night's losers. You see, she failed to pick up a single state. And to add insult to injury, in her home state of Massachusetts, she came in 3rd. Yeah, which is pretty rough. It's like if you came home to find your parents had replaced you with another child. Just be like, sorry, honey, we'd like Joe Biden to be our daughter now. But she wasn't the only one with a disappointing evening. Yeah, another candidate who hit a low point was Mike Bloomberg, former New York mayor and best person to sit behind at a concert. Because after spending the GDP of a small country on his campaign, his quest for the nomination ended in failure.
We come in with this Fox News alert. Super Tuesday made for a super shakeup. Democrat Mike Bloomberg today dropped out of the race after his dismal showing last night.
Yesterday was a disaster for Bloomberg. He spent more than $500 million and won only a few dozen delegates. Last night, campaigning in Florida, Bloomberg tried to sound upbeat.
No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible.
That's right. We spent $500 million to absolutely eat shit. They said it couldn't be done, but we did it. We did it. I'm not going to lie. I still can't believe Mike Bloomberg spent $500 million to not be president. No, like, I'm also not going to be the president, but I spent nothing. No, so in a way, I feel like I saved $500 million, you know? That really is. That's how I feel. And the funny thing is, right before he dropped out, Bloomberg bought more TV airtime that he doesn't need anymore. But I was thinking, like, since he's already paid for it, he should use it. Right? He should just come on TV and share his random thoughts.
Hi, I'm Mike Bloomberg. Have you ever noticed you've never seen birds having sex? Kind of weird, huh? Anyway, see you guys in the next ad break.
It happened and it just came out of nowhere. A bus, he was speeding and he rear-ended me. I'm lucky I was able to walk away from it. My car was demolished. You know, I lost my job. I couldn't pay my credit cards or any of my...
You should just do that the whole time. Now, the reason Bloomberg is dropping out now, after just one bad night, is that you must remember he entered the race to be the moderate alternative to Bernie Sanders. But last night, the voters were very clear that they already know who they want their moderate candidates to be.
The night belonged to Joe Biden.
They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing.
The former vice president with a massive comeback on the biggest night of the primary so far.
A fired-up Joe Biden celebrating his historic night, racking up a string of commanding victories, including a clean sweep of states in the South and a stunning win in delegate-rich Texas.
The press and the pundits have declared the campaign dead. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota. Hey, that's a Joe Biden we haven't seen in a while. Look at him, huh? Smiling, full of energy, naming states that actually exist. No, because let's be honest, we were all waiting for him to give a shout out to Massachusetts. I'm serious, I don't think I've seen Biden this happy since that time Obama taught him how to ride a bike. This has been a while. I mean, and of course, no Joe Biden speech would be complete without a few moments where the Wi-Fi dropped out. It's a good night, and it seems to be getting even better. By the way, this is my little sister Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh no, you switched on me. This is my wife, this is my sister. They switched on me. No, Joe. Really? Joe Biden called his sister his wife? That's an awkward mistake. And if you are going to talk about your sister wife, you should have done it sooner, because then you could have won Utah. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, hi, I'm Mike Bloomberg. I was thinking, how does a train turn around? Anyway, see you guys next ad break. Now, the sister wife thing was just a silly gaffe that didn't derail the night. What did cause a bit of concern was when two protesters stormed the stage.
During Biden's speech, protesters rushing the stage. You see it there, coming within feet of the former vice president and Dr. Jill Biden, his wife. One woman was swiftly removed by the former vice president's body man. Then moments later, see it again, a second protester storming onto the stage.
Simone Sanders, his senior advisor, she just comes out of nowhere, flies on stage and rips one of the protesters off.
Dr. Jill Biden protecting her husband by shoving off a protester that was storming the stage. Her response, I'm a Philly girl.
Yo. That Jill Biden, see that? Stepped in and blocked that protester like a white lady Jackie Chan. Bam! I mean, I knew she was a doctor. I just didn't know her PhD was in ass whipping. That was amazing. And it wasn't just Biden's wife. Yeah, his senior campaign advisor, Simone Sanders, did you see that? She handled that protester like a professional bodyguard. Hell, Biden's got more women protecting him than T'Challa. Like, he's just killing it out here. No wonder he's winning the black vote. So overall, it was a good night for Biden. But don't forget, this contest is far from over. Because this race is all about winning delegates, right? Not just states, but delegates. And even with his good night last night, Biden is still basically neck and neck with Bernie in the delegate count. Right? And up until this point, these two have been super friendly on the campaign trail, laughing, hugging at the debates. But something tells me those days might be over.
This morning, it's now a two-man race. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is already sharpening his attacks against Biden.
One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You look at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Program. That's right. One of us is a bitch ass, the other person is me. You know who I'm talking about. Spread the word. Yeah, people, you can see the gloves are officially off. The dentures are in. And things are about to get messy between these two. Not just because there's Vicks Vapor Rub everywhere, no, because this is the home stretch to find out who will be the Democratic nominee. And Bernie, if you're going to attack Joe Biden, I wish you the best of luck. But remember not to get too close, because then you'll have to deal with Jill.
Getting on in the state of Mississippi. Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. And
I got us.
Paul, I am loving the all-new camera system on iPhone 11.
And I love how it's Sprint.
You can get the amazing iPhone 11 for $0 a month when you trade in your iPhone 6s or newer.
Any condition.
Seriously, in any condition.
I'm not in the mood. You can say something if you have something to say, otherwise leave.
but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever, everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Hey. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Hey, hey. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not, 'cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost. And I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Hey, hey. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Love it when you just don't. Nobody there. So when it gets hard, don't be afraid. We don't care what them people say. Love it when you do what you want, 'cause you just said so. Let them all go home, we are late. We don't care what them people say. We don't have to be ordinary. Make our best mistakes. We don't have the time to be sorry. So baby, be the life of the party. I'm telling you to take your shot. It might be scary. Hearts are gonna She played the fiddle and hey, brother, there's an endless road to reach. I'm friends with the monster. Took you like a shot. Thought that I could chase you with a cold evening. Let a couple years water down how I'm feeling about you. And every time we talk, every single word builds up to this moment. And I gotta convince myself I don't want it, even though I do. You could break my heart in two, but when it heals, it beats for you. I know it's forward, but it's true. I wanna hold you when I'm not supposed to, when I'm lying close to someone else. You're in my head, and I can get you out of it. If I could do it all again, I know I'd go back to you. I know I'd go back to you. I know I'd go back to you. We never got it right, playing and replaying old conversations, overthinking every word, and I hate it 'cause it's not me. And what's the point of hiding? Everybody knows we got unfinished business, and I'll regret it if I didn't say this isn't what it could be. You could break my heart in two, but when it heals, it beats for you. I know it's forward, but it's true. I wanna hold you when I'm not supposed to, when I'm lying close to someone else. You're still in my head, and I can get you out of it. If I could do it all again, I know I'd go back to you. I know I'd go back to you. I go back to you. I go back to you. I know it's real, but it's true. I'd go back to you. You could break my heart in two, but when it heals, it beats for you. I know it's forward, but it's true. Won't lie, I'd go back to you. You know my thoughts are running loose. It's just a thing you make me do, and I could fight, but what's the use? I know I'd go back to you. I wanna hold you when I'm not supposed to, when I'm lying close to someone else. You're still in my head, and I can get you out of it. If I could do it all again, I know I'd go back to you. I'll go back to you. I'll go back to you. I know I'd go back to you. I'll go back to you. I'll go back to you. I know I'd go back to you. There was a time I was alone, nowhere to go and no place to call home. My only friend was the man in the moon. Even sometimes he would go away Then one night as I close my eyes. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be.
Individual health policy providing coverage on an expense incurred basis.
There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. See, I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, the vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. For a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. We may be right, we may be wrong, but I wanna bring you along to the world I see, to the world we close our eyes to see. We close our eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me for the world we're gonna make. No, thank you, is what I should have said. I should be in bed. Dear future husband, still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Right about now. If I judge for life, man, would you stay by my side? Or is you gonna say goodbye? Can you tell me right now? If I couldn't buy you the fancy things in life, shawty, would it be alright? Come and show me that you do. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Skiddly down, 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 down. All I want is somebody real who don't need much. A girl I know that I can trust. To be here when money low. If I did not have nothing else to give but love, would that even be enough? Girl, me need to know. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Tell me, would you want me? Tell me, would you call me? If you knew I wasn't ballin', 'cause I need a girl who's always by my side. Tell me, do you need me? Tell me, do you love me? Or is you just trying to play me? 'Cause I need a girl to hold me down for life. If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, and if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Would you still love me the same? Even if you see my scars, even if I break your heart, if we're a million miles apart, do you think you'd walk away?
Company having in order to conduct business.
You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? And now the star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in my fantasy? Where are you now? Were you only imaginary?
Right now,
See the food.
Your lipstick stains on the front lobe of my left side brains. I knew I wouldn't forget you, and so I went and let you blow my mind. Your sweet moonbeam, the smell of you in every single dream I dream. I knew when we collided, you're the one I have decided who's one of my kind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Just in time. I'm so glad you have a one-track mind like me. You gave my life direction. I gave your love connection. We can't deny. I'm so obsessed. My heart is bound to be right out my untrimmed chest. I believe in you like a virgin young Madonna, and I'm always gonna wanna blow your mind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Where you can't cut a rug, watching you's the only drug I need. So gangsta, I'm so thug. You're the only one I'm dreaming of. You see, I can be myself now finally. In fact, there's nothing I can't be. I want the world to see you be with me. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Tonight.
Hence, continued coverage under a family health plan will be discontinued.
Unless I try to start again, I don't want to be the one the battles always choose. 'Cause inside I realize that I'm the one confused. I don't know what's worth fighting for, or why I have to scream. I don't know why I instigate, say what I don't mean. I don't know how I got this way. catch my breath again. I have much more than inside before. I had no options left again. I don't want to be the one the battles always choose, 'cause inside I realize that I'm the one confused. I don't know what's worth fighting for, or why I have to scream. I don't know why I instigate and say what I don't mean. I don't know how I got this way. I'll never be alright, so I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit. Tonight, I'll paint it on the wall. 'Cause I'm the one at fault. I'll never fight again. And this is how it ends. I don't know what's worth fighting for, or why I have to scream. But now I have some clarity to show you what I mean. I don't know how I got this way. I'll never be alright, so I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking
My father came from Japan in 1905. He was 15 when he immigrated from Japan. He worked until he was able to actually build a store.
Let me tell you a story in the form of a dream. I don't know why I have to tell it, but I know what it means. Close your eyes, just picture the scene as I paint it for you. It was World War II when this man named Kenji woke up. Ken was not a soldier. He was just a man with a family who owned a store in LA. That day, he crawled out of bed like he always did, bacon and eggs with wife and kids. He lived on the second floor of a little store he ran. He moved to LA from Japan. They called him immigrant. Japanese, he'd say he was called Issei. That meant first generation in the United States, when everybody was afraid of the Germans, afraid of the Japs, but most of all afraid of a homeland attack. And that morning, when Ken went out on the doormat, his world went black, 'cause right there, front page news, 3 weeks before 1942, Pearl Harbor's been bombed and the Japs are coming. Pictures of soldiers dying and running. Ken knew what it would lead to, just like he guessed. The president said the evil Japanese in our home country would be locked away. They gave Ken a couple of days to get his whole life packed in 2 bags. Just 2 bags. Couldn't even pack his clothes. Some folks didn't even have a suitcase to pack anything in, so 2 trash bags is all he gave them. And when the kids asked Mom, where are we going? Nobody even knew what to say to them. Ken didn't want to lie. He said the U.S. is looking for spies, so we have to live in a place called Manzanar, where a lot of Japanese people are. Stop it. Don't look at the gunman. You don't want to get the soldiers wondering if you're gonna run or not, because if you run, then you might get shot. Other than that, try not to think about it. Try not to worry about it being so crowded. Someday we'll get out. Someday.
As soon as war broke out, so the FBI came and they just come to the house and
In Kentucky, which of the following is true for committing a fraudulent act?
people couldn't understand why they had to take him because he's just innocent laborer.
So now they're in a town with soldiers surrounding them. Every day, every night, look down at them. From watchtowers up on the wall, Ken couldn't really hate them at all. They were just doing the job, and he wasn't gonna make any problems. He had a little garden with vegetables and fruits that he gave to the troops in a basket his wife made. But in the back of his mind, he wanted his family's life saved. Prisoners of war in their own damn country, what for? As time passed in the prison town, he wondered if he'd live it down if and when they were free. The only way out was joining the army, and supposedly some men went out for the army, signed on, and ended up flying to Japan with a bomb. That 15 kiloton blast
Put an end to the war pretty fast.
2 cities were blown to bits. The end of the war came quick, and Ken got out big hopes of a normal life with his kids and his wife, but Then they got back to their home, and what they saw made them feel so alone. These people had trashed every room, smashed in the windows and bashed in the doors, written on the walls and the floor, Jap's not welcome anymore. And Kenji dropped both of his bags to the sides and just stood outside. He looked at his wife without words to say. She looked back at him, wiping tears away, and said, someday we'll be okay, someday. Now the names have been changed, but the story's true. My family was locked up back in 42. My family was there where it was dark and damp, and they called it an internment camp.
When we first got back from camp, it was pretty bad.
I remember my husband said, oh, we're going to save your life. Then my husband died before they closed the camp.
Stereo, it beats for you, so listen close. Hear my thoughts in every note. Make me your radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you. Sing along to my stereo.
Class heroes, baby. If I was just another dusty record on the shelf, would you blow me off and play me like everybody else? If I asked you to scratch my back, could you manage that? Like if we had chicken Travie, I can handle that. Furthermore, I apologize for any skipping tracks. This is the last girl that played me left a couple cracks.
Paul, I am loving the all-new camera system on iPhone 11.
And I love how it's French.
You can get the amazing iPhone 11 for $0 a month when you trade in your iPhone 6s or newer.
In any condition.
Seriously, in any condition.
Never been with someone I can't live without. Lately when it comes around, they let me down. Don't let me down. And I wanna let you know I'm so afraid to let you sink into me like a rattlesnake. Lord, save me now. You can rip my sheets, but don't rip my heart. Fragile inside. Why do you crash my party? How do you always call me? Right when I start feeling like I'm strong enough to let it all go. How do you always show up right at the perfect moment? As soon as I'm forgetting all about you, you end up in the door. How do you know? 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 If you really love me, then let me go now. Find somebody new and take them home now. I look at you, I miss you, and I start from starting over. So can we start from starting something that we know that we can handle? Find somebody new, a different angle. I look at you, I miss you, and I start from starting over. And we need to start all over again. And again, and again, and again, and again. Why do you call me only? Just 'cause you can't be lonely. Stop begging me, now can't you see I finally got back on my feet? How do you find my weakness? Just when I think I've beat this. As soon as I'm forgetting all about you, you end up at the door. How do you know? 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 If you really love me, then let me go now. Find somebody new and take them home now. I look at you, I miss you, and I
This is an existing policy. The insured has the right to surrender.
there's something that we know that we can handle. Find somebody new, a different angle. I look at you, I miss you, and I start
Showing disability.
I said I love you first. Standing in your kitchen wearing nothing but your favorite shirt. And that's what makes this hurt. 'Cause right now you only remember. Cutting me up like a knife and I feel it deep in my bones. You can have it, I love you, good night. You wanna know? I just wanna dive in the water with you, baby. We can't see the bottom. It's so easy to fall for each other. I'm just hoping we catch one another.
Oh, no, no, just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. Oh, no, no, just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. Just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. Oh, no, no. Just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. I just wanna dive in the water. Oh, baby, we can't see the bottom. I just wanna dive in with you. I just wanna lie here with you. Oh, oh, no, no. Just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. Oh, no, no. Just be careful, no, no. Love ain't simple, no, no. Promise me no promises. Promise me no promises. To be young and in love in New York City. Do not know who I am, but
Life insurance policy replaces existing policy.
Spent 24 hours, I need more hours with you. Spent the weekend getting even. Ooh. Spent the late nights making things right between us. But now it's all good, babe. What I thought would, babe. But let me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me till sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love fun and yeah, me do what I want. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you. I spent last night on the last flight to you. I took a whole day up, trying to get way up. Ooh. We spent the daylight trying to make things right between us. But now it's all good, babe. What I thought would, babe. But let me go. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me till sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love fun and yeah, me do what I want. When I
Person's license has been revoked twice. When may the person be issued a new license?
I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you. Maybe it's 6:45. Maybe I'm barely alive. Maybe you're taking my shit for the last time. Yeah. Maybe I know that I'm drunk. Maybe I know you're the one. Maybe I'm thinking it's better if you drive. Oh, 'cause girls like you run around with guys like me till sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me till sundown. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love fun and yeah, me do what I want. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need that, but every touch is ooh la la. It's true la la la. Oh, I should be running. Oh, you keep me coming for you. Land in Miami, the air was hot from summer rain, sweat. In your eyes, there's a heavy blue.
Larceny.
Want to love,
Hours of continuing education. Defamation. Insurers issuing long-term care policies. At least 3%. 5%. Damn.
If the answer is emphatic, call on me. When you need somebody. When you can't stop the tears from falling down. You can't stop the tears from falling down. On a Saturday night in the summer, sundown and they all come out. Lamborghinis and they rented hummus. The party's on, so they're heading downtown. Everybody's looking for a come up, and they wanna know what you're about. Me in the middle with the one I love it. We're just trying to figure everything out. We don't fit in well, cause we are just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation. You look stunning, dear, so don't ask that question here. This is my only fear, that we become beautiful people, top designer clothes, on our fashion shows. What you do and who'd you know? I had a dream, we were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna rock you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and you're alone? Who's gonna rock you through the dark side of the morning? I had a dream, we were back to 17, summer nights and the libertines, never growing up. I'll take with me the Polaroids and the memories, but you know I'm gonna leave behind the worst of us. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's
Fucking.
Now I'm out here looking like revenge, feeling like a 10, the best I ever been. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now you're out here looking like regret, you're too proud to beg, second chance you'll never get. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now payback is savage, and baby, I'm the baddest. You fucking with a savage, can't have this, can't have this. And it'd be nice of me to take it easy on ya, but nah. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. Being so bad got me feeling so good. Showing you up like I know that I would. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. Feeling is fire 'cause the tables have turned. And I'm a fire and I know that it burns. Baby, finance is the way to kill. Tell me how I feel, but it's such a bitter pill. And yeah, I know you thought you had bigger, better things, but right now this is. 'Cause the grass is greener under me. Brightest technicolor, I can tell that you can see. And yeah, I know how bad it must hurt to see me like this, but it gets worse. Now payback is a bad bitch, and baby, I'm the baddest. You fucking with a savage, can't have this, can't have this. And it'd be nice of me to take it easy on ya, but nah. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. Being so bad got me feeling so good. Showing you up like I know that I would. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. Feeling is fire 'cause the tables have turned. And I'm a fire and I know that it burns. Talk that talk, baby. Better walk that walk, baby. If you talk that talk, baby. Better walk that walk, baby. Oh, yeah. Talk that talk, baby. Better walk that walk, baby. If you talk that talk, baby. Better walk that walk, baby. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry.
Violation of the statutes governing Kentucky's Commission.
Know you always right. Now no one is around with me, but nobody went around with me. Been through the ups, yeah, the ups and the downs of me. Got a whole lot of love, but you don't wanna spend it around with me. Yeah, never pick up, never call me. You know we running out of time. Never pick up when you want me. Now I gotta draw a line. Baby, I done done enough talking. Need to know that you're mine. Baby, we done done enough talking. Gotta be right now, right now. Baby, call on me now, 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 never. I want you to hold me down, 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 down forever. Such a I wanna keep you around forever. I want you to love me now, 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 now. I'm turning off the light right now. I'm calling it a night. Now wishing you were around with me, but you in a different town than me. Been through it all, but you could never spit it out for me. Trying to talk to a wall, but you could never tear it down for me. Yeah, never pick up, never call me. You know we running out of time. Never pick up when you want me. Now I gotta draw a line. Baby, I done done enough talking. Need to know that you're mine. Baby, we done done enough talking. Gotta be right now, right now. Baby, call on me now, 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 never. I want you to hold me down, 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 down forever. Such a I wanna keep you around forever. I want you to love me now, 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 now. Don't take no more time.
Richard Farrell.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. And you lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. Here we are, will come when you have to rise above the rest and prove yourself. Your spirit never dies. Farewell, I've gone to take my throne above. But don't weep for me, 'cause this will be the labor of my love. Here we are on the way now.
Issuance of the policy would require it to file. Don't wanna be Part 2 and 3 Korean courses. Property course. Simulator. Review.
safe and for them. So it's a good thing that Safe Auto offers a loan down payment.
Which they're living in their house. Even Biden can't do this. I mean, I think it's just sad enough. It's just sad enough. So we're in a really weird spot. All that being said, from the numbers I'm looking at, and they're showing me some stuff live right now, Biden's having a pretty good night. Bernie is doing sort of where everyone expected. And I would say that Bloomberg is just total bust. I mean, Bloomberg has no personality. Nobody likes to go here and come in and try to buy everything. You guys see the video of him licking his fingers today after he eats pizza and then he touches the coffee thing. And it's like, what? This guy is so out of touch with no personality. I think he's probably a decent guy. I think he's probably a functioning executive. And I voted for him for mayor at least once when I lived in New York City. And I think he knows how to run things. But man, this is just what terrible, man. Terrible behavior, no personality, no nothing. So okay. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna take some of your Skype calls. You guys also been texting in things. These are all for people that are part of the Rubin Report community.
We've been analyzing and reviewing the results of Super Tuesday, and these are not good results for the progressive movement in the United States. And it's really important when we look at these results to contextualize them, not only in terms of what they mean in terms of issue-oriented questions like support for Medicare for all, which is still high, or support for particular college policies or whatever, but it also needs to be looked at in the context of some of the coalitions and label groups that exist. And I went into detail about the results already. I won't do it again. Joe Biden is only with about 70 delegates over Bernie right now. And based on the polling in the remaining states still to vote, it is an uphill battle for Bernie Sanders. This is now not about these results, but the bigger picture. We knew this would happen in the sense that we knew they tried it, right? There was a question of whether it would work to try to coalesce the establishment vote, and so far it worked. You've heard all sorts of analyses for the last 6 months about Bernie's ceiling is like 18, and then Bernie gets to 20. And then Bernie's ceiling is like 23, and then Bernie gets to 25. And then Bernie's ceiling is 30, and then he gets to 31 and 32 in some national polls. But there was a question of whether is there some ceiling. And when you look at Biden cratering in the polls and focusing on South Carolina, the first racially diverse state, you have to start to say, if there is a ceiling for Bernie, this is an interesting way to test it by focusing in on that first, more racially diverse state, arguably more representative of some other parts of the country and the Democratic electorate. So Joe Biden got that boost from Congressman Clyburn, winning in South Carolina by a bigger margin than the poll suggested. And what that meant was that voters were thinking, okay, if I don't want Bernie, Warren is increasingly weak. Basically, Biden is my choice. Then Pete dropped out. Well, if you weren't self-victimizing and blaming everybody else for what took place. That's not going to get us anywhere, and I don't want to see that done. Tell me where you disagree with me. I'm ready. I'm on Twitter at Impact.
A new kind of investor is changing things up. With an app that's changing the way we do life. Download Robinhood now. Why do we love it so much? When we're alone. Where do we
Hi, everybody. We have special guests with us today. It's award-winning American journalist whose unique style of interactive broadcast journalism exists at the intersection of social and mainstream media. As a producer for Vice Media, he's covered major events from places like Istanbul, Cairo, Fool's coverage for Vice.com, as well as his groundbreaking live stream coverage of the 2011 protest movement has been featured by international media outlets including The Guardian, Reuters, the New York Times, NBC, Fast Company, and Al Jazeera. English, please welcome. It's Tim Pool. Hi, Tim. How are you, buddy?
Definitely an old bio.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So update us.
I mean, to be completely honest, I've been doing a lot less traveling in the past about 6 months. I stopped working for Vice. I worked for Fusion after that, and I mean, admittedly, I've been doing a lot more commentary, and now I've got the official Tim Pool, the journalist and political commentator. Now I want to get into this commentary and format. So,
Right.
I think it's important to point out that I'm absolutely a partisan actor with my own politics, and I think
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's bad. Yeah. I really became aware of you when you were on Joe Rogan's show talking about Twitter, and then you were on just again this week, and you were on with Jack and a lawyer from Twitter.
Yeah.
And I first have to apologize to you because I misreported you. I was reporting a story about censorship, and in the source material I was using referred to you as an alt-right person, and so I repeated that. I hope I didn't make a big deal out of that. Because I didn't know you at the time. I didn't know, so I showed the source material, and that was coming from them. But that's incorrect.
My God, yes. And people wonder why I mention that I mix race so often. Because, and I'll say this too, there were leaked chat logs from an alt-right chat room in Charlottesville. Somebody asked, who's a good reporter on the ground to cover these issues? Someone says Tim Pool. The response was, no, he's mixed race. And they removed my name simply on the basis that my mom is
Really?
part Korean.
Really?
And I'm part Korean.
Okay.
So, absolutely not true. They're definitely not fans of me, nor am I fans of them. But people like to take, there's two images. One where I'm at a dinner table in Portland with a bunch of alt-right people. Because after a rally, I
You're
said,
interviewing them?
it was like a debrief. Like, I wanted to ask them why they were here, what were you doing?
Right.
And in all honesty, I was arguing why they were wrong and why their ideas didn't make sense.
But people take that picture and use
then-
it as, look,
and-
that's proof he's alt-right because he's a
Absolutely.
reporter talking to
And
people.
they like put an arrow pointed to me and they're like, this is proof. And I'm like, I've got a picture of me with a Soviet general in Ukraine. Do you want to claim I'm a Soviet soldier too?
Oh, I think you're a red.
You know, and the crazy thing about it is, what was I talking to those guys about? I was literally saying, you realize that the white nationalists in this country are so, there's the percentage of them are so ridiculously small, and most white people have no problem with mixing race, having families like my family, that there's literally nothing you can do to get your ethno-state. It's impossible.
It's not ever going to happen.
It's just an absurd fantasy that'll never
There's
happen.
a browning of America that is inevitable, and it's already happening. I mean, I have Hispanics in my family. My wife is Mexican, 100%. And I mean, it's just not. That doesn't go the other way. Go. I'm sorry.
But so there's a funny point to be made on you reading that article with It's Going Down. And what happened was Patreon banned Lauren Southern. And Lauren Southern, in my opinion, she crossed the line. She got in a boat in the Mediterranean and she was whittling a flare at one of these migrant vessels saying, like, get in front, get in front. So Patreon banned them. But a bunch of people pointed out that there was a website called It's Going Down where they have articles advocating for sabotage.
which is also a violation of Patreon's rules. I noticed the culture war pushback, and so I reached out to Jack Conte and asked for a comment. Hey, a lot of people are curious as to what the reasoning was in this regard and not in this regard. And Jack's response was, excuse me, okay.
Jack from Twitter.
No, Jack Conte. Patreon.
Oh, from Patreon, I'm sorry.
His response was, oh, okay, and he banned It's Going Down. So simply by me being like, you explain your mentality in this regard as to why I tweeted something like, I reached out to Jack Conte to get a comment on the banning of, Lawrence Southern and not It's Going Down because everyone's talking about it. And I realized immediately afterwards that was a bad mistake on my part. And so something interesting happened on the Rogan pod. So then they wrote an article saying Tim Pool and the alt-right got them banned.
Right. So that was why it was a mistake, because of the optics, not because of what you were doing, but because of what it looked like you were doing.
Well, I think the activists were mad because, people are mad at Oliver Darcy of CNN because he covered the story that got Alex Jones banned.
Right.
And I've said time and time again, while I do think Oliver understood what he was doing because he said media pressure got Jones banned,
right.
I think it would be unfair to claim that he was actively trying to make that happen. While I think you could say to a certain degree, covering a story doesn't mean you're advocating for an outcome. But something interesting happened. When we finished the Joe Rogan podcast, the mics were hot. So Joe goes, all right, we're done. We all get up. And it kept rolling. It was still live. And Vijaya says, can you give me the name of that Antifa tweet? And I said, so I gave her the URL, but because I announced the URL, it's been live since September. This is not secret information. But then she goes, can you give me the name of the people that you reported that we didn't take action? And I said, no, because I believe in minimizing harm.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, you see when Lawrence Southern was banned from Patreon, and then Joe goes, it's still hot. Get out of the room. Get out of the room. Get out of the room. Everyone heard it. It became kind of like an interesting conspiracy. So a lot of people accurately pointed out, they said Tim Pool maintaining his journalistic integrity even when he doesn't know the mics are live.
Right.
And that was the point. I realized it was a mistake to reach out specifically about a left-wing account because it resulted in them getting banned.
Right.
And now, when Sargon got banned from Patreon, they said it was for, if you remember this, Carl Benjamin went on a YouTube stream, 10 months ago, and he said the N-word, trying to insult the alt-right. It was poorly done. I think it was really dumb of him. But his intention was to try and get them using Carl Benjamin. He's a YouTuber.
Okay.
So he got banned from Patreon.
Okay.
And when he got banned, I started losing money. A bunch of people started losing money. And so not only was I personally affected, but from a journalistic standpoint, why is Patreon only banning him?
Right.
When some of their top podcasts regularly use hate speech overtly with the intention to offend. And I absolutely refused to name any of them. And there was 4 of them. Because I learned, I'm like, I know what's going to happen if I talk to Jack Conte and say, here are the 4 podcasts that have broken the rules, comment. He'll be like, okay, beep, 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 get rid of them. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want anyone to get banned. So what ends up happening is at the end of the Rogan podcast, I was referencing the Lawrence Southern getting banned and why it was out. After we left the room, I told her it was a mistake for me to mention It's Going Down to the CEO of Patreon because all I did was ban them. And I will never do that again. So I'm not going to give you information. I reported someone who threatened me. They didn't ban them. I'm not going to use my privileged access to Twitter's top brass to benefit myself. So I actually have had some people say, there's a bunch of people saying I'm a Nazi and they're accusing me of things. They're taking things out of context. They're calling me a conspiracy theorist, and it's getting me brigaded. People are harassing me and things like that. And they were like, well, now Jack follows you. Just tell him. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to use the fact that there's one thing I really hate in this world. It's elitism. It's the privileged, wealthy ivory tower people telling little people what they can and can't do, who they're supposed to, all that. So I'm never going to be that. I will never. There have been a few instances where I've used the fact that I have a lot of Twitter followers, to be like, how dare you do this to me, and then they respond, and it makes me feel slimy. But at the same time, I'm like, if I want to tweet at a company, I'm not going to hold back on that. But I will absolutely not use the fact that Jack Dorsey is now following me on Twitter to get my personal enemies removed from the platform. Never. In fact, I would advocate for all of these weird, lefty types who want to call me a Nazi. They're allowed to do it. Absolutely.
I just think it's, again, we're going to get into it right now. I think it's very weird, the left calling for censorship, but there's a real movement on the left that doesn't believe in free speech. Did you know that?
Burning free speech signs. Well, I mean, if you look at my YouTube channel, it's very obvious I hyper-focused on these kinds of people. To self-criticize myself, my YouTube channel, when you look at it, you're like, whoa, this guy's clearly only talking about one thing. I'm like, I have multiple channels. I'm doing a new channel that's going to be more focused on news to try and remedy that problem. But for me, it's like I talk about what I care about. And when I have people all day and every day saying, censorship, that freaks me out.
Yeah, me too. That's why I push back against Russiagate. One of the reasons why I push back against Russiagate so hard at this show is because the people who are pushing it on the left, that's the weird thing, that they're now doing the work of their enemies, right? So with
Trump in office.
With Trump in office, you're literally handing him a red scare and a reason to crack down on people's speech. And that's exactly what's happening. They banned 800 pages on Facebook last October. They're continuing to do it with In the Now. They just did it to them. They just made up a rule overnight. Overnight, in the middle of the night, they made up a rule. You have to tell everybody who's funding you. Nobody else has to do that. When I go to watch a Comedy Central video or a Trevor Noah video, it doesn't say, hey, this is owned by Viacom. Oh, thanks, I want to know that. CNN doesn't, when you go to CNN, doesn't say we're owned by AT&T. It doesn't say that on there. Nobody else, there's no other people have to do that now, except anyway. So you were on, and this is why I really wanted to have you. I didn't know anything about all the controversy you've been involved in. This is interesting.
Oh, well, it's the culture war, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're on the left.
Well, I'll do a political compass test. I am center left, right? So I was a big Bernie supporter in 2015. And
so you would be they would consider you far left fringe if you're a Bernie supporter, even though his policies are supported by the majority of not only Democrats but Americans.
The comments I get on YouTube are like, Tim's a socialist, but I still love him. Things like that. I'm like, I'm definitely not a socialist. Absolutely not. I'm rather centrist and I lean left. And it's complicated too because people don't seem to realize.
What do you think makes you a centrist? Like, what do you center about?
So I think in terms of economic policy, I think I used to be. So have you seen a political compass? How it's got the 4 quadrants? Yeah. I used to be really close to like Jill Stein and Bernie Sanders, and I've moved a little bit closer to the center, and that means I'm less in favor of certain social policies than I used to be. Okay. But I still fall on the left in that. Like I tweeted about it.
Like, what would be one of those social policies you're less?
Progressive tax, hands down, 100%.
You're against the progressive?
No, I'm for the progressive tax.
Oh, okay. So that makes you more progressive, right?
That's what I mean. So I think the minimum wage is here's what puts me at odds with conservatives. Minimum wage, progressive tax, regulation on big companies and big business, and the expansion of civil rights for marginalized groups. Conservatives are like less government, and I'm like, I'm pro-choice. And I say with caveats on all of these things because it's really easy to just say I'm for this and then not explain it. And conservatives think all of a sudden I'm a socialist who wants to abort live babies or whatever. That's not the case. There's very specific exceptions for abortion and all that stuff. It's very complicated. And this is one of the difficulties between the left and the right is understanding the nuance of the argument. But
so what is the part that you're opposed to left on?
So I used to be for universal health care.
Oh, you're not?
Now I'm more for public option. And the reason for that primarily is I don't know what the difference is between the government administration of healthcare versus private from national level averages. I understand there's going to be nuanced things like profit motive versus the public good. But I kind of felt like if we reduce all of our choices to one, we could create a situation where the government has no obligation to do better and fix the bloat. And my reference for this is how the school system has progressed. I look at a lot of the social programs we have, and I'm like, well, we definitely need to expand social programs. We definitely need a progressive tax. We need to keep social inequality in check, otherwise the entire system will collapse from, wealth inequality creates destabilization. But when I look at schools and certain welfare programs, it feels like the response from government tends to be, we get a cut on our arm, let's put a Band-Aid on it. A month later, well, it's starting to fester. Let's put a Band-Aid on it. And then eventually you've got this big, just they keep wrapping more bandages. At a certain point, you got to wipe it off, clean the wound, and rebandage it. And so my concern is there needs to be something to incentivize a government program entirely on its own. Look, when you look at the post office.
See, to me, Obamacare is a Band-Aid. And it's a big bunch of Band-Aids, different Band-Aids, and it's there to protect the profit motive and make sure it stays somehow in healthcare, and it still leaves 30 million people out.
I agree.
So if we just had Medicare like the rest of the world has figured out decades ago,
I think
it would save everybody money, we'd all have better healthcare and we'd all have better outcomes. So I don't understand what you could be against on that.
I absolutely want everyone in the United States to have access to healthcare, and it's just, for one, it's really complicated, and I don't know if I'm smart enough to like. This is my opinion.
I'm not smart enough either, but I know that there are people who are smart enough, and they figured it out in every other country decades ago.
How big are the countries?
France, UK, Germany.
So here's the thing,
Canada,
right? Between 30 and 60 million.
I mean,
each.
Russia has fucking Medicare for all, for heaven's sake. I mean, we're the last people on Earth who hasn't figured this out.
There's a few other really other countries that haven't, that makes us look really, really bad in that regard too. So first,
we're like 39th, I think, on health outcomes in the world, the richest country in the world. I mean, our system is clearly broken. That we're living in the bandage. So the fix is Medicare for all, because it takes the profit motive out of it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I completely agree with you. All right. And so the way I look at it is, here's what I want. I want Medicare for all. I want universal health care for everybody. What do we do to get there? Like, what do we have to do? Because here's a problem. The healthcare system is a huge portion of our economy, and upsetting that could destabilize our economy and in turn the rest of the world's economy. It's like
almost 20% of our GDP.
Yeah, I think. Which is also kind of nightmarish.
Yeah.
So it's a problem. And maybe the solution is we're on a drug that needs to be stopped, and we need to go cold turkey. Maybe that has to happen. Will there be unforeseen consequences? So right now, me being a centrist and having rather tepid opinions, it's kind of like, well, maybe what we should do is start with a government option, a government-run program that people can opt into, and let people have also private insurance at the same time. Like a lot of countries do that too. Universal health care.
There's a hybrid thing. Mm-hmm. And lots of countries have, supplemental insurance also, things like that, and even Canada has that.
Maybe then that's. Here's the thing, right? I feel like that's the reasonable solution, but of course, what do we get? We get Obamacare,
of course,
because the Republicans are like, we're not going to grant you a public option. So our compromise is no public option, and I'm like, the public option is the compromise, right?
Yes.
And that's me being compromised.
So let me just also say that it was Barack Obama, in fact. The Republicans certainly were against it, but it's Barack Obama who made sure that the public option did not make it into the Obamacare bill. So it wasn't just Republicans; it was Barack Obama.
I understand that it's really complicated, and I don't have all the solutions, but I do feel like we have no government option. Right?
No,
all we have is public.
We don't have. We don't
private.
Private. That's what we have. No public option. It's ridiculous that they don't offer buy into Medicare. It's ridiculous, and it just shows you that we don't live in a democracy. We actually do live in an oligarchy.
Absolutely.
Like it's been proven. It's been proven, and everyone still pretends that voting matters.
So let me just point out, there's very few things I have particularly strong opinions on, because my God, half the stuff you told me, I'm like, you're right. I just don't know. I won't even know where to begin to figure it out. So I have ideas on some things, but I will say this. It blows my mind when it comes to the issue of censorship, though. When I've always been for, like, we need to regulate these companies, man. Laissez-faire capitalism is a nightmare, in my opinion. You end up with, the example I love using is when, it's been like 15 years since I've gone over this history, so I could be messing it up in my head. I used to work for an environmental organization. You have all these different companies polluting a little tiny bit. Mm-hmm. And they say, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm polluting within the limits. I'm doing everything right. Mm-hmm. And then a river burst into flames because it got polluted with sludge and other pollutants and chemicals.
Cuyahoga River.
Was that what it was?
Yes, and the only reason it made the news was because a New York Times reporter happened to be traveling over that river.
And saw the river on fire.
And saw it on fire and wrote a story about it. That used to happen all the time.
And then we passed a regulation saying, listen, the snowflake doesn't blame itself for the avalanche.
Yeah.
All these companies were doing one little thing they didn't think was a big deal, but in the bigger picture, when we stepped back, we realized how much of a problem it was. And so that's been like, I'm probably like an environmentalist first on anything I'd be like really for. You know, you can't, if you don't have a planet to live on, everything else is stamp collecting. It doesn't matter. So when it comes to the issue of censorship, I'm seeing so many people advocate for multinational billion-dollar corporations with foreign investors to be unchecked entirely on this platform that can control our elections. Where'd everybody go?
That was a great point you made on the Joe Rogan podcast. I was jumping up and down for joy when you made that point, because you did it in such an articulate way. We're announcing our dates for 2019. We're going to Ventura Comedy Club, March 31st.
2019. Wow.
woman shouldn't be too much of a controversial word, should it? I mean, you would think it would be the core of feminism, the very foundation upon which the ideology is built, and yet, here we are. This was from 2018, when the Labour Party in Britain had their conference, and some woman decided that she would put up this very controversial billboard. Woman, noun, adult human female, as in the standard dictionary definition of what a woman is. And the dictionary definition of man is man, adult, human, male. Not very provocative, one would have thought. She paid £700 to have that up there, and it was removed after an LGBT activist complained that Miss Keen Minshall's campaign...
Hung high and dry. Work it.
Do you want respect or do you want truth?
When smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Sign up with Boost Mobile and get 4 phones for free. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super fast network.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. In youth, you lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
Just have to do that 49 more times.
Will come when you have to rise above the rest and hold yourself, your spirit never dies. Farewell, I'll be gone to take my throne above. Don't weep for me, 'cause this will be the labor of my love.
Life income. Great. insurance policy which ensures that the premium ethically.
I'm bleeding out. Save the last thing that I do. I found a love.
Paid if the insured becomes disabled. As what kind of rider?
Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. Well, I found a girl. Beautiful and sweet.
Insured becomes disabled.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give
Kind of rider.
you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes, you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms. Barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Well, I found a woman
For mental handicap provision.
anyone I know. She shares my dreams. I hope that someday I'll send her home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets. To carry love, to carry children of our own. Yeah, I feel kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand. Be my girl, I'll be your man. I see my future in your eyes. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark.
Into the stadium.
You between my arms. Barefoot on the grass. Listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in the dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this. Darling, you look perfect.
For your leadership. Can be justices the key employees on. upon failing.
Settle down with me.
Losing by 1.
Cover me up. Cover me in.
Failing by 1.
Lie down with me. And hold me. Heart's against my chest. Lips pressed to my neck.
When a person returns to work after a period of total disability, they cannot earn as much as they used to. Having purchased an accidental death and dismemberment policy. His son as beneficiary.
Settle down with me, and I'll be your safety. You'll be my lady. I was made to keep your body warm, but I'm cold as the wind blows. So hold me in your arms. Oh no, my heart's against your chest. Your lips pressed to
I'm
my
not
neck.
I'm passing by 0.
Falling for your eyes, but they don't know me yet. I'm with this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. You wanna be loved.
Purchased accidental death and dismemberment policy. Son as beneficiary. Irrevocable. Health insurance policies. A waiver of premium provision keeps the coverage in force without minimum payments. Insurable risk requires
From hate to love, from love to lust, from lust to truth. I guess that's how I know you. So hold you
must be measurable.
to help you give it up.
Which of the following is considered a class beneficiary designation?
You wanna be loved.
Irrevocable trust.
You wanna be loved.
Surviving children. Oh.
Feels like falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in love. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. You wanna be loved. You wanna
What
be
type of permanent life insurance offers?
This feels like falling in love. Falling in love.
Guaranteed minimum face amount and allows for future increases in coverage.
Right from the start, you were a thief, you stole my heart, and you willing victim.
The insurance company
I
must
let you
attach a
see the
copy of
parts
the
of
application
me
to the
that
policy.
weren't all that pretty, and with every touch you fixed them. Now you've been talking in your sleep. Things you never say to
Life insurance policy is a piece of property, and when the insured dies, the policy creates stated. Which of the following statements does not accurately describe the tax treatment of premiums and benefits of individual accidental and health insurance? Maybe income. Disability income policy benefits are not when they're not taxed. It is covered by accidental death and disability policy and as a medical beneficiary. Administered by each state and funded by both the federal and state governments as follows. Medicaid. Dispatch using 529 policy expense policy was purchased for family of 4 in March of 2013. Issued with a $500 deductible and limited 4 deductibles. For the year, 2 claims were paid in September 2013. She claimed medical expenses in excess of the deductible.
Good Arizona sky, burning in your eyes. You look at me, babe, I wanna catch on fire. It's buried in my soul, like California gold. You found the light in me that I couldn't find. So when I'm all choked up, but I can't find the words.
Claims were paid in September 2013. Which incurred medical expenses in excess of the deductible.
When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Lovers in the night, poets trying to write. We don't know how to rhyme, but damn, we try. But all I really love, you're where I wanna go.
ABC Life.
When the
original advocates and issue action. Listen, advocacy and social initiative action.
And the whole world fades, I'll always remember us this when the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh,
and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. You can dance, every dance with the guy who gives you the eye, let him hold you tight. You can smile, every smile for the man who held your hand neath the pale moonlight. But don't forget who's taking you home and in whose arms you're gonna be. So darling, say the last dance for me. Oh, I know that the music's fine, like sparkling wine. Go and have your fun, laugh and sing. But while we're apart, don't give your heart to anyone. But don't forget who's taking you home and in whose arms you're gonna be. So darling, say the last dance for me. Baby, don't you know I love you so? Can't you feel it when we touch? I will never, never let you go. I love you oh so much. You can dance, go carry on till the night is gone and it's time to go. If he asks, if you're all alone, can he take you home? You must tell him no. 'Cause don't forget who's taking you home and in whose arms you're gonna be. So darling, say the last dance for me. Cause don't forget who's taking you home and in whose arms you're gonna be. So darling, say the last dance for me. Say the last dance for me. Say the last dance for me. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You're crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. I'm crying all the time. Yeah, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, they said you was high class. Well, that was so high. Yeah, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never gonna have it and you ain't no friend of mine. Well, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. You know they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, you ain't never gonna have it and you ain't no friend of mine. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit. You ain't no friend of mine. What? Taking spies from China, try to steal your imagination. The little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world in all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Hey, a Sergeant Major, will it break the spell of aging? Celebrity skin, is this your skin, or is that war you're waging? Firstborn gonna call, hardcore, softcore. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication.
Policy.
To the world, be my very own constellation. The teenage lad with the baby inside, getting high on information.
So ugly.
Buy me a star on a boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? And Alderaan, not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by love and praise, control of population. Everybody's been there and I don't need no vacation.
functions for business purposes. 6.
Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. An earthquake's out to a girl's guitar, that's just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from
This is a group of characters that are listening to a super comic language.
I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't be there. Nah, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs, and I'm under each snare. Intangible. Bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes who you think is really king of tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture too. Like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual. Hero who appears in you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless, to know the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put it on the hype shit. You like it? Cut smoke, you're righteous with one token. Psychic among no possess you with one go. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The essence of basics. Without it, you make it. Allow me to make this child like your nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't. That's a fallacy. I'm in them. Every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see with your eyes and see destruction and demise. Corruption in the sky from this fucking enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lies through rust. So not as muscles, but because that you provide. For me, it's the eyes. Y'all can see me now because you don't see with your eyes. You perceive with your mind. That's the inner. So I'ma stick around with Russ and be a mentor. Plus a few rhymes so motherfuckers remember. But the thought is, I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's
It's coming on, it's coming on. I reach there.
Part B does not cover.
I torture you. Take my hand to the flame. I torture you. I'm a slave to your game. For pain, I wanna chain you up. I wanna tie you down. I'm just a sucker for pain. I'm a sucker for pain. I got the squad tatted on me from my neck to my ankles. Pressure from the man got us all in rebellion. We gon' go to war, yeah, without failure. Do it for the fam, dog. 10 toes down, dog. Love and the loyalty. That's what we stand for. Alienated by society. All this pressure give me anxiety. Walk slow through the fire. Like who gon' try us? Feeling the world go against us. So we put the world on our shoulders. Take my hand to the flame. I'm a slave to this game. For pain, I wanna chain you up. I wanna tie you down. I've been at it with my homies, it don't matter, you don't know me. I've been rolling with my team, we the illest on the scene. I've been riding around the city with my squad. I've been riding around the city with my city world. We just close to getting crazy, living like this is so amazing. Hold up, take a step back before we roll up, cause I know what. We've been loyal, we've been fan, we the ones you trusted. Won't hesitate to go straight to your head like a concussion. I know I've been busting, no discussion for my family. No hesitation through my scope, I see my enemy like, what's up? Hold up, we finna reload up. Yes, I reload up, I know what up, I know what up. I torture you. Take my hand to the flame. I torture you. I'm a slave to your game. For pain, I wanna chain you up. I wanna tie you down. I'm just a sucker for pain. Devoted to destruction, a full dosage of detrimental dysfunction. I'm dying slow, but the devil trying to rush me. See, I'm a fool for pain. I'm a dummy, might cut my head off right after I slit my throat. Tongue kiss a shark, got jealous bitches up in the boat, eating peanut butter and jellyfishes on toast. And if I get stung, I get stoked. Might choke like I chewed a chunk of charcoal. Naked in the North Pole, that's why my heart cold, full of sorrow, a lost soul, and only Lord knows when I'm coming to the crossroads. So I don't fear shit but tomorrow. And I'm a sucker for pain. It ain't nothing but pain. You just fucking complain. You ain't tough as you claim.
complain. Just stay up in your lane. Just don't fuck with Lil Wayne. I'ma jump from my plane or stand in front of a train, cause I'm a sucker for pain. Used to doing bad, now we feel like we just now getting there. Ain't got no other way, so we started and finished it. No pain, no gain. Never stand down, made our own way. Never going slow, we pick up the pace. This is what we wanted from a young age. No emotion, that's what business is. Lord have mercy on the witnesses. Take my hand to the flame. I torture you. I'm just a sucker for pain. Oh, pain got me begging. Oh, pain got me begging. Oh, pain got me begging. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me But think twice. That's my only advice. Come on now, who do you think you are? Bless your soul. You really think you're in control? Well, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. My heroes have the heart to the life I wanna live. And all I remember is thinking I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. It's a no coincidence I've come. And I can die when I'm done. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. You good, T-Max? How long will I slide? Separate my side. I don't believe it's bad. Slitting my throat is all I am. I heard your voice through a photograph. I thought it up and brought up the past.
change my mind. I gotta take it on the other side. Take it on the other side.
Insurance policy with the budget policy and the cash value. Is chief for committing fraudulent acts. Look at these documents is signed by an applicant and certifies mechanism that has occurred since the original application date. Circulation phase 3 militant normal aid. Survivorship life policies. State taxes.
I feel a rush. We clutch. It isn't much, but it's enough to make me wonder what's in store for us. It's lust, it's torturous. You must be a sorceress, cause you just did the impossible. Gain my trust. Don't play games, it'll be dangerous if you fuck me over. Cause if I get burnt, I'ma show you what it's like.
You've reached your skip limit. Return to the app to get more.
I was walking down the street when out the corner of my eye I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. She said, I never seen a man who looked so all alone. The could just use a little company.
When smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 phones for free. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super fast network.
was the first time man walked on the moon. Because he stayed in orbit. Because they guided them safely. Because she made the right calculations. And because he let them focus on the mission instead of the mess.
I ordered a frappuccino. Where's my fucking frappuccino? All right, let's do this.
Paul, I am loving the all-new camera system on iPhone 11.
And I love how it's spring.
You can get the amazing iPhone 11 for $0 a month when you trade in your iPhone 6s or newer.
In any condition.
Seriously, in any condition.
Will you hold the line when every one of them is giving up and giving in? Tell me, in this house of mine, nothing ever comes without a consequence. A cause coming, will the stars align? Will heaven step in? Will it save us from our sin? Will it? Does this house of mine stand strong? That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today.
People over top services. Local medical facilities. Medical care providers, physical delivery type services.
Will somebody let me see the light within the dark trees shadowing what's happening? Looking through the glass, find the wrong within the past, knowing we are the youth. Call it till the face out of world without the peace, face a bit of the truth. The truth. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge, face up, 'cause you're a natural. I'm spinning out of the zone. You gotta be so cold to make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life control. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Deep inside me, I'm fading to black, I'm fading. Took an oath by the blood of my head, won't break it. I can taste it. The end is upon us, I swear. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
Health maintenance organizations. Beneficiaries. To lapse, forfeit, or surrender an insurance policy by misrepresentation.
Tell me, can you see me now? Well, you were busy lost in the crowd. I was busy making myself enough.
different out. I was zombie left on the shelf. I wanted a story that said I'm screaming to the people
The
started
engagement
calling.
of the research is
Sing where they
perfect.
came from on the forest. It's time to break out. So everybody just scream out. I'm the only one. I'm the only one.
This is so enjoyable. Jesse with your
Tell me how it feels to know I'm not a puppet under control. I cut the strings a long time ago.
yeah.
I guess that I should take it out. Cause all you
Policy
was
owner
half
who
of my
permanently
soul.
changes the ownership of the revolved insurance policy.
I'm screaming to the people started calling. Sing where they keep on the forest. It's time to break out. So everybody just scream out. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. No chains, no chains won't make me break down. And I can finally sing out. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. No chains, no chains won't hold me down. And when the dust has settled down, you'll be all alone thinking how everyone is singing out loud. It's time to break out. So everybody just scream out. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. No chains, no chains won't make me break down. And I can finally sleep now. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. No chains, no chains won't hold me down. Used to keep it cool, used to be a fool, all about the bouncing my style. Watch it on the news, what? Struggles off the shoulders, we don't do it the talk. So I don't wanna be another face in the crowd. So I can't slow it down, no. So I can't slow it down, no. They write us off and say it's just another opinion. I'm tired of trying to fit in when I'm one in a million. So I can't slow it down, no. No, I can't slow it down, no. I'm never gonna fall. Just because they say so.
Guaranteed renewable health insurance policy is correct.
I'm already in the low. I'm already
Health insurance applicant be informed of their rights will fall under the first right before the law.
Tell me that it's over when I'm just getting started. I'm done with waiting for them cause my ship is departed. And I can't slow it down, no. No, I can't slow it down, no.
Will fall under the first right before the law.
Just because they say so, I'm never gonna let go, let go. They won't win this fight. I've already hit the low. I've already felt the glow. So I'm never giving up, never gonna cry. Never giving in, never going back. Already felt it low. I felt deeper than a slow. So I'm never giving up, never gonna crack. I'm never giving in, never going back.
Applicant be informed of their rights fall under the first right before the law.
Just because they say so, I'm never gonna let go, let go. Cause I've already hit the low. I've already felt the glow. So I'm never giving up, never gonna cry. Never giving in, never going back. Already felt it low. I felt deeper than a slow. So I'm never giving up, never gonna crack. I'm never giving in, never going back.
Students best describes what the legal action provision.
Child is slowly taken. The violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family.
What the legal actions provision of an accident and health policy requires. The original study of family. This type of service begins immediately. National may perform all the following duties except issue to replace another life insurance policy so the following does not need to be provided to the insurer. Or before the time the policy is delivered. Not need to be provided to the purchaser or before the time the policy is delivered. To replace another life insurance policy to the following does not need to be provided to the purchaser. To replace another life insurance policy. If you are listening to it, processes. To the following.
'cause I played it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction.
Great conservative strength policy.
And get into the system. You both know you need one. Tip of the needle is taking over you. Your heart is beating. 'Cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle. You're up to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I played it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction. Why can't you let go like a bird in the snow? This is no place to build your home. You can't fight the friction. Baby, I'm playing on you tonight. Hunt you down, eat you alive. Just like animals, animals like animals. Maybe you think that you can hide. I can smell your scent from miles. Just like animals, animals like animals. Baby, I'm so won't you try to do me? As long as we can't stop, we're enemies. I'm going to get along and I'm inside of you. You like a drug that's deadly. I cut you out entirely. Girl, you're so hot when I'm inside of you. Yeah, it's all over. You come on free. Find out the vision I see. You can pretend it's meant to be, but you can't stay away from me. I can still hear you making that sound. Look at me now, holding on the ground. You can pretend that it was me, but no. Oh, baby, I'm playing on you tonight. Hunt you down, eat you alive. Just like animals, animals like animals. Maybe you think that you can hide. I can smell your scent from miles. Just like animals, animals like animals. So if I run, it's not enough. You're still in my head forever, so you can do what you wanna do. Hey, I love your lies, I'll eat 'em up, but don't deny the animal. It comes alive when I'm inside of you. Yeah, it's all over, you can run free. You can find out the vision I see. You can pretend it's meant to be, but you can't stay away from
Serious issue, long-term care policies must give church associations with inflation protection feature. Lease prices tax. Originating a life insurance policy that pays the policy on an amount that does not pass guaranteed cash value. Policy line provision. Service members group life insurance is provided by the federal government and provides group life insurance for some members to enforce it. The deferred life insurance premium can be obtained by an applicant if one of these factors except living in mountains, effect of the market value adjustment and the market value adjusted annuity.
This is not another story. This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down.
Application for insurance is taken. Statements made by the applicant are true and accurate. COPD representations. Life insurance premium is paid for by each partner or partnership referenced to be.
I'll be more than just a fable. I'll be written in the stars.
Guarantee comply with the subpoena.
Giving all of me even when it's hard. Oh, I started as a number. Who was getting kerosene? And now I'm raging like a fire burning up through everything I see. And it goes something like, I'm victorious. It's my time.
Solvency of the competing
I do it for the
license must accompany business. Policy has benefits that are considered taxable. With our backs to the wall, darkness will fall. We never quite thought we could lose it all. Ready and fire, and impossible.
When smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 phones for free. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super fast network.
I used to be.
Up at night, I'm awake 'cause it haunts me. That I never got the sleep I want. My God, oh my God. I'm not the same as I was with you. I would jump out my skin just to get you. Oh my God, oh my God. How could you have ever known if I never let you show? Now I just wanna know why I'm
Capsize, come first, no rudder. Too close to the bottom. Right back where I started. Said I'm fine.
Rubber left from the moment that you left me. Three words that never come easy. 'Cause you're more than they ever could be. Oh my God, oh my God. How could you have ever known if I never let it show? Now I just wanna know why I'm fine.
Capsize, come first, no rudder. Too close to the bottom. Right back where I started. Said I'm against the tide. Oh my God. Listening, but I'm getting tired. Oh my God. Listening, but I'm getting tired. Oh my God. Listening, but I'm getting tired. Oh my God. Right back where I started, said I'm
I think about you, love you, and it's filled with pride.
I don't wanna be alone tonight. It's pretty clear that I'm not over you. I don't wanna know, no, 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 who's taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no, 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 who's taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. Wasted, wasted, and the more I drink, the more I think about you. Oh, no, no, I can't take it. Baby, every place I go reminds me of you. You just think of me, of what we used to be. Is it better now that I'm not around? I feel acting strange, I don't ring up your name. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? I don't wanna know, no, 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 who's taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no, 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 who's taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. And every time I go out, yeah, I hear it from this one, hear it from that one, that you got someone new. I still don't believe it. Even in my head, just under my bed, maybe I'm just a fool. You just think of me, of what we used to be. Is it better now that I'm not around? Now I'm acting strange, so bring up your name. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? I don't wanna know, no, no, taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no, 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 who's taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know. No more please stop, no more hashtag booed up screenshots, no more trying to make me jealous on your birthday. You know just how I make you better on your birthday. Oh, do you like this? Do you like this? Do you lay it down for you, touch it for you like this? Matter of fact, never mind, we gonna let the past be. Maybe it is right now, but your body still. I don't wanna know, no, no, no. Say you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no, no, no. Taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know, no, no, no. Taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, no, I don't wanna know, no, no, no. Taking you home, 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 and loving you so, 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 so. The way I used to love you, oh, I don't wanna know. For the longest time we're jamming at the party, and you were below me, pushing everything on me. We got silence on repeat. But if you think you're gonna get away from me, better change your mind. And he got me feeling right. You're going home with me tonight. Let me hold you, go caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me up, turn me on. Let me jam you, girl, we wanna rock me. You got me going crazy. Turn me up, turn me on. For the longest time, you're staring like you want me. I can feel your eyes. I'll feel ghost tell your friends goodbye. We can make our way outside. If they think they're gonna stop you coming with me, better change their minds. The Henny got us feeling right. Going home with me tonight. Let me hold you, girl, caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, turn me on. Let me jam you, girl, we all around me. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, turn me
Selection.
You can be my guiding light. Keep me company in the night. That's all I need. All I want is for you to stay a little longer now.
Look at these
With
features.
arms around me like a border. Like air I breathe, I let you in. Keep me warm underneath my skin. 'Cause I'm giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go and feel alone. That's all I need. All I want is to stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border. Like an endless stream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I'm giving in to your touch. I will never get enough. Diving into your
Photos.
wanted to stay. When I saw you yesterday, I'm not wasting your time, I'm not playing no games. I see ya. Who knows the secret tomorrow will hold? We don't really need to know. Cause you're here with me now, I don't want you to go. You're here with me now, I don't want you to go. Maybe we're perfect. Maybe it's not forever. Maybe it'll let no changes. Maybe we'll stay together. Maybe we'll walk away. Maybe we'll realize. In your eyes, there's a heavy blue. Want to laugh and want to lose. Sweet divine, the heavy truth. Water run, don't make me choose. I wanna feel the way that we take our summer night. Drunk on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alley, saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love and every stranger took too much, she's an angel, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. Your fingertips tracing the skin to places I have never been. Blind the eyes, I'm following. Break down these walls and come on in. I wanna feel the way that we take that summer night. Drunk on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alley, saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much, she's an angel, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. To you, I've been down the darkest alley, saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much, she's an angel, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. blonde hair and a sundress, cocaine on her lips. She's new to Los Angeles. Not used to the lifestyle, not used to the rules. Don't know if she can handle it. Coming close and stay right by my side, side, side. Believe me, baby, I know what it's like. She said home, it feels like home when I'm with you. Home, it feels like home when I'm with you. Leave it all behind, put your hand in mine. Home, it feels like home when I'm with you. Feels like home. Feels like home. Spend time like a Rolex, all out of a car. Run around, throwing that dirt all on my name. Cause you knew that I'd call you up. You've been go around every party in LA. Cause you knew that I'd be at one. I know that dress is karma, perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Maybe you just hit the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. You run around, throwing that dirt all on my name. Cause you knew that I'd call you up. Baby, another way, right here standing face to face. You already know that you want. I know that stress is karma and regret. You got me thinking about when you were all up on you. You expect, baby, you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Baby, you just hit the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. I know that dress is karma, perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Maybe you just hit the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making York City. Do not know who I am, but still know that I'm good long as you're here with me. To be drunk and in love in New York City. Midnight into morning coffee. Burning through the hours talking. Damn. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time. I said it for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. I don't know what it is, but I got that feeling. Waking up in this bed next to you, swear the room here got no ceiling. If we lay, let the day just pass us by. I might get to too much talking. I might have to tell you something. Damn. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time. I said it for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. All I can see are headlights. We're driving in late December. I made you mine at midnight. Tell me, do you remember? And it's hard to pretend that I'm alright. Hard to forgive, I can't empathize. And it's hard to realize, I don't know why. But you make it hard to say goodbye. But you make it hard to say goodbye. But you make it hard to say goodbye. All I can see are headlights. We're driving in late December. I made you mine at midnight. Tell me, do you remember? And it's hard to pretend that I'm alright. Hard to forgive, but can't empathize. And it's hard to relax, I don't know why. But you make it hard to say goodbye. But you make it hard to say goodbye. But you make it hard to say goodbye. Say goodbye. But you make it hard to say goodbye.
My father came from Japan in 1905. He was 15 when he immigrated from Japan. He worked until he was able to actually build a store.
Let me tell you a story in the form of a dream. I don't know why I have to tell it, but I know what it means. Close your eyes, just picture the scene as I paint it for you. It was World War II when this man named Kenji woke up. Ken was not a soldier. He was just a man with a family who owned a store in LA. That day, he crawled out of bed like he always did, bacon and eggs with wife and kids. He lived on the second floor of a little store he ran. He moved to LA from Japan. They called him immigrant. In Japanese, he'd say he was called Issei. That meant first generation in the United States when everybody was afraid of the Germans, afraid of the Japs, but most of all afraid of a homeland attack. And that morning, when Ken went out on the doormat, his world went black, cause right there, front page news, 3 weeks before 1942, Pearl Harbor's been bombed and the Japs are coming. Pictures of soldiers dying and running. Ken knew what it would lead to, just like he guessed. The president said the evil Japanese in our home country would be locked away. They gave Ken a couple of days to get his whole life packed in 2 bags. Just 2 bags. Couldn't even pack his clothes. Some folks didn't even have a suitcase to pack anything in, so 2 trash bags is all he gave them. And when the kids asked Mom, where are we going? Nobody even knew what to say to them. Ken didn't want to lie. He said the U.S. is looking for spies, so we have to live in a place called Mandar, where a lot of Japanese people are. Stop it, don't look at the gunman. You don't want to get the soldiers wondering if you're gonna run or not, because if you run, then you might get shot. Other than that, try not to think about it. Try not to worry about it being so crowded. Someday we'll get out. Someday.
As soon as war broke out, so the FBI came and they just come to the house and you have to come. All the Japanese have to go. They took Mr. Lee, and people couldn't understand why they had to take him because he's just innocent laborer.
So now they're in a town with soldiers surrounding them. Every day, every night, look down at them. From watchtowers up on the wall, Ken couldn't really hate them at all. They were just doing the job, and he wasn't gonna make any problems. He had a little garden with vegetables and fruits that he gave to the troops in a basket his wife made. But in the back of his mind, he wanted his family's life saved. Prisoners of war in their home damn country, what for? As time passed in the prison town, he wondered if he'd live it down if and when they were free. The only way out was joining the army, and supposedly some men went out for the army, signed on, and ended up flying to Japan with a bomb. That 15-kiloton blast put an end to the war pretty fast. 2 cities were blown to bits. The end of the war came quick. Ken got out big hopes of a normal life with his kids and his wife, but then they got back to their home, and what they saw made them feel so alone. These people had trashed every room, smashed in the windows and crashed in the doors, written on the walls and the floor. Japs not welcome anymore. And Kenji dropped both his bags to the sides and just stood outside. He looked at his wife without words to say. She looked back at him, wiped the tears away, and said, someday we'll be okay, someday. Now the names have been changed, but the story's true. My family was locked up back in 42. My family was there where it was dark and damp, and they called it an internment camp.
When we first got back from camp, it was pretty bad.
I remember my husband said, "Oh, we're going to stay till last." Then my husband died before they closed the camp.
Nightmares, the white terrors, whose worst fear was a child with dyed hair and who likes earrings. Like whatever they say has no bearing. It's so scary in a house that allows no swearing. You see him walking around with his headphones blaring, alone in his own zone, cold and he don't care. It's a problem child. What bothers him all comes out when he talks about his fucking dad walking out. His hates him so bad that he blocks him out. If he ever saw him again, he'd probably knock him out. His thoughts are whack. He's mad, so he's talking back, talking black, brainwashed from rock and rap. He sagged his pants, rags in his stocking cap. His stepfather hit him, so he socked him back and broke his nose. His house is a broken home, there's no control. He just lets his emotions go. Entertainment is changing, intertwined with gangsters. In the land of the killers, a sinner's mind is a sanctum. Only you're unholy, only have one homie. Only this blood, only is the only one homie. Everybody just feels like they can relate. I guess words are a motherfucker. They can be great, or they can be great. Or even worse, they can teach hate. It's like these kids hang on every single statement we make, like they worship us. Plus all the worship us platinum. Now how the fuck did this metamorphosis happen? From standing on corners and porches just rapping to having a voice and no more kids and athletes in these places crucify you. Journalists try to burn you, fans turn on you. Attorneys all wanna turn it to to get their hands on every dime you have. They want you to lose your mind every time you mad. So they can try to make you out to look like a loose cannon. Any dispute won't hesitate to produce handguns. That's why these prosecutors want to convict me. Strictly just to get me off of these streets quickly. But all they kids be listening to me religiously. So I'm signing CDs while policemen depress me. They for the judge's order, but it's grudges against me. If I'm such a fucking menace, this shit doesn't make sense to me. It's all political. If my music is literal and I'm a criminal, how the fuck can I raise a little girl? I couldn't, I wouldn't be fit to. You're full of shit too, Carrera. That was a bitch that hit you. They say music can alter moods and talk to you. Can it load a gun or pull you and cock it too? And if it can, and the next time you assault it too, just tell the judge it was my fault and I'll get sued. See what these kids do, hear about us toting pistols. They wanna get one, they think this shit's cool. Not knowing we really just protecting ourselves. We entertainers, of course this shit's affecting ourselves. You ignoramus, but music is reflection of self. We just explain it, and then we get our checks in the mail. It's fucked up, ain't it? How we can come from practically nothing to being able to have any fucking thing that we wanted. That's why we sing for the kids who don't have a thing, except for a dream and a fucking rat bag to see. And post pin-up pictures on their walls all day long. Idolize their favorite rappers and know all they songs. Or for anyone who's never been through shit in their lives. So they sit and they cry at night, wishing they died. So they throw on a rap record and they sit and they cry. With nothing to do, but with the fucking shit in their eyes. That's why we seize the moment, try to freeze it and own it, squeeze it and hold it. Cause we consider these minutes golden. And maybe they'll admit it when we're gone. Just let the spirits live on through our lyrics.
2000s Hip Hop features the hottest artists and songs from the East Coast, West Coast, South, and Midwest from 2000 to 2009. Click here to listen now.
I close both locks below the window. I close both blinds and turn away. Sometimes solutions aren't so simple. Sometimes goodbye's the only way. Oh, and the sun will set for you. The sun will set for you. And the shadow of the day will embrace the world in gray, and the sun
shindig. Shouts out and says I'm gonna win big. Choose not to like the limitation. This kid puts into the reservation. Keep on the distance that you pay for. It's part the feeling that you stay for. In time I want to be your best friend. Eastside love is living on the west end. Knocked out before you better come to. Don't die, you know the truth is come to. Go write your message on the pavement. Felt so right, I wonder what the wave meant. White heat is screaming in the Congo. Complete the motion if you stumble. Go ask the dust for any answers. Come back strong with 50 million answers. The world I love is years I've tried to be part of the way you can't stop this. Ever wonder if it's all for you. The world I love, the trains are hard to be part of the way you can't stop. Come and tell me when it's time to. Sweet parties bleeding in the snow cone.
Portuguese describe a participating life insurance policy. Insurance. The insurer owned by its policyholders best describes. Mutual. Proper funding vehicles in a qualified plan, except hell yeah. Sure, the risk required. Becoming more predictable is attributed to which term can be described as the elimination of a hazard, which of the following spreads the risk of loss.
If I was just another dusty record on the shelf, would you blow me off and play me like everybody else? If I asked you to scratch my back, could you manage that?
Spreads the risk of loss for
I can handle that. Furthermore, I apologize for any skipping tracks. This is the last girl that played me, left a couple cracks.
Insurance. LOL. Considered to be an element of insurable risk. Potential for loss. insurer has a contractual agreement with another insurer. If the risk involves the potential for loss, the following helps it reduce or avoid adverse selection. If it was an old school 50-pound boom box, minimize the severity of potential losses. Company is engaged in reduction. Let's just look at the following. According to the law of large numbers, exposure to loss. Which of the following is necessary? Statements regarding insurance. Margin of exposure units. And insurance contract. Legal enforceable requirements. Duration clause.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit again. First shot, come strut walking. A little bit of humble, a little bit of cautious. Somewhere between like Rocky and Cosby's for the game.
Ensure the interest required. Application. Following is professional liability. Lowest consideration to clause in contract law. Company value. The typical characteristics describing the nature of the insurance contract itself.
Decorations under a sky of dust, a constant wave of tension on top of broken trust.
Paul, I am loving the all-new camera system on iPhone 11.
And I love how it's Sprint.
You can get the amazing iPhone 11 for $0 a month when you trade in your iPhone 6s or newer.
In any condition.
Seriously, in any condition.
careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Oh, nah. Just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Oh, nah. Just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Dive in the water. Oh, baby, we can't see the bottom. I just wanna dive in with you. I just wanna lie here with you. Oh, no. Just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Oh, no. Just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Promise me no promises. What if we run away? What if we left today? Talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy. Out of my mind, out of my mind. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. Too many times, my love, he makes it feel like nobody else. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I to myself. One, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in. You'll have to kick him out again. Three, The other one is, of course, editing yourself. I think be the first to edit yourself. I always think, because
I will always. I had a dream, we were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna rock you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? I had a dream, we were back to 17, summer nights, the libertines, never growing up. I'll take with me the Polaroids and the memories, but you know I'm gonna leave behind the worst of us. Who's gonna rock you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning?
Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever, everything would stay the same. Now my heart feels like December when somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost.